So, welcome to this weekend's edition of our regular and backlog bonanza when I played through some of the levels that are in my personal queue. As with last week, we're going to be previewing some of the makers that are showing up in the next set of releases in the 4YMM 4 Years of Mario Maker Celebration Project. We showed off nearly all the makers that were in week 1 last week and also played their actual 4YMM levels as they released. And that was on Tuesday, and we are likely to do so again with this week's schedule. The levels themselves, of course, will release in a couple hours, Sunday evening EU time and morning in NA. So we'll begin this with a look at a level by Cats. This is Tower Defense, A Dragon's Siege. A dragon's army is attacking, and they already killed all our men but one. Now, we'll see how this actually implements a tower defense concept. That's something that I've been quite interested in looking into for some time in terms of how people would actually translate the mechanics of tower defense into Mario Maker, and so we'll see how this level has decided to approach that idea. This is from December, when the Link patch was fairly new, and so it's a fairly early Link stage, and we can expect pretty much his entire moveset to be exploited accordingly. Okay, what do we have here? We just have a castle entrance, I think, with a Master Sword. Not much else to see in this room. Okay, and here we are. Looks like we need to just probably take out all the enemies before they... I see. Okay. You need to take out all the enemies because once they manage to reach the on-off switch and press it several times, the muncher drops on a P-switch and you die. So as long as you successfully defend against everything here, without allowing the muncher to activate anymore, and this is going to be a problem because with the Buzzy I think we actually need something like a bomb. Right, okay, I see how this works. So Link himself is going to behave as an arrow tower. We need to take out absolutely everything, lest it launch a shell down below and send the muncher on the left down to the P-switch. And so the major threat that we're looking to contain is going to be the big Buzzy Beetle. And our timing is going to have to be quite a lot better than that. Hey, Spolo, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just currently looking at this implementation of a tower defense level, which is something that has kind of personally interested me for some time, given that tower defense and that whole scene in Warcraft 3 was really my big Maker scene before Mario Maker came along, and so... Okay, that was a total disaster. As well, we are not running the queue at the moment. We'll be back with the regular session of Viewer levels for almost all of the regular streams during the week, except for the Tuesday daytime stream when we will be starting with this week's second batch of the 4YMM levels. Other than that, it will be back to the regular business of Viewer levels, as you know from having been here often, so... Okay, this was mostly fine. This was mostly okay. Now, what actually activates the key? That's something that we'll have to determine. Oh, okay, we got it. And that's a checkpoint. Hey, Hyperion Smokestack. Welcome, thank you for dropping by. We're looking at the first of what may be several levels by makers of the second week of 4YMM, and this is a translation of a tower defense concept. It seems like a lot of the collisions, as you map them out here, can really affect the pattern of the level, depending on what order you take out the enemies in. And so, it doesn't totally feel like it's within my control. But we angle the shots well, and we don't allow 2 more enemies to reach the muncher on the left, we should mostly be okay. The issue here partly is the buzzy beetles, because they will die to bombs, I think, but not much else. So yeah, so far so good. We'll just try to take those out from afar. And yeah, it is the spike ball in the top right corner that enforces a survival timer as it inches towards the piranha plant that is holding key. And so that's how we manage it. One big arrow sign there, as well as a checkpoint, and now we are entering what looks like a low gravity zone. Game audio is off. 1 second. Wow, that was something that came off rather quickly. Could be because of how busy this level was. But let me just get that fixed up very quickly. One of those things we always check at the start of the stream, and sometimes it does not last very long. There is some particular busy sound effect interaction that sometimes triggers that. Okay, should be back. Yeah, sometimes there's something that just trips it up. It is something to do with OBS as my streaming software, but it's also something to do with how it handles CPU throttling, I think, where audio tends to be the first thing to go. So, where are we? Okay, where do we leave off? We have to take out as many of these guys as we can. Looks like the downward shot is no longer going to do us any favors here, and that will just kill us pretty much immediately. But I think with some use of bombs, and maybe with some jumping shots as well, we might be in much better shape, particularly given that this is Night Castle and I am in fact able to float, and so I think the trick to this will mostly be involving changing up my shooting angle somehow, and perhaps obstructing with some bombs as well. There is going to be some kind of method here, we just need to figure out what it is. I think if I always have some kind of bomb live as an obstruction, that's going to make things somewhat easier. Somewhat. Sometimes, of course, the bomb is just going to bounce right over, and that's not going to be much help at all. Yeah, we are dead. We are dead. That's not going to go. Yeah, this will definitely take a couple of shots from a different height, a different angle. Also, just a bit better anticipation with the bomb, given that it just goes straight down the slope. Sometimes does not do a very good job of obstructing if anybody is already on their way up the ramp, so sometimes just doesn't really give us the collision at all. Yeah. And wow. This is going to be tricky. Yeah, pretty interesting way to handle this concept, of course. I've been wondering pretty much since the launch of the game how one might go about making a defense map like this. Now that did not go well at all, didn't even get as far as Bowser making it on screen. Yeah, just need to get the bomb down nice and early, I think, and then the Koopa, of course, is already going to jump over it. Down shots like that is going to take out quite a bit on the lower slope. That's going to help quite a bit. In fact, I like this method quite a bit comparatively. Still not going to be of much help against stuff like the buzzy beetles, but the angle follows the lower slope somewhat better, so I think maybe a mix of that and getting some bombs out. Wow, the audio already. Okay, hang on. Yeah. This level is, I think, maybe not cooperating with that very much. We'll have to see how that goes. Rather a rough start, but I think that sometimes happens with levels that are a little bit on the spammy side with lots of effects going around. Something seems to overload the audio channel. So yeah, thank you for that, and do keep me updated, as usual, if the issue persists. Okay, hopefully it's gonna go a little better. Now I wonder what this jump block does. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's kind of interesting. It actually is a bit of a room clear. I didn't realize that previously. But it launches a spike ball as a room clear, and so we should actually save that for when Bowser is coming up. Oh, actually, I've had that in the bot for quite some time. Since, you know, this is a recurring issue that's sort of dogged me for as long as I've been running this stream, and there doesn't seem to be an easy resolution for it, as far as I can tell. As in, a lot of other people have underwent that as well. Something we've just learned to deal with a minimum of disruption, so... Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a disaster. That's gonna be a disaster. Okay. Don't particularly envy the clear check. Unless there was a very concrete method to do this. Okay, trying to get rid of the lower spiny there. That didn't work so well. Okay, let's go for the spike clear now. And I see what's going on now with the blasters firing Bowser at us as a boss. Rather threatening boss. I presume it's also Bowser that's holding the key, and that's going to be a lot of arrows that you need to get in his face. Yeah, you are in for such a treat. That is one of those games where the process of discovery the first time is unforgettable. I mean, I don't know how much prior experience you have with anything with Metroid, but it is one of those games where, you know, discovering the map for the first time is really its own treat. Pretty much the original and Metroid Prime series. Okay, so you've got enough of the original to kind of recognize how Super Metroid is a continuation from the early part. I actually played Super before I ever tried the original. And of course, I think you'll really begin to pick up on just how good Metroid Prime was at adapting a lot of 2D mechanics into 3D for the first time that didn't necessarily seem like they would be a fit. Already on your approach to Ridley, okay. Well, either you've been quick, or you have been putting in a lot of time in a marathon session, and these things, of course, are not mutually exclusive. You could be doing both, and that seems to be the way to play. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. This is really quite tough. Because some of those Goomba spawns I'm just not going to have a chance against. I think I should be bombing Bowser quite a lot more. I should not be relying on so much on arrows when a couple of bombs can take him out. But yeah, I mean, nobody's going to get 100% on those the first time. In some of the more recent games, yes, because the more recent games are much more generous about completion tracking. I found it fairly easy to, for instance, get 100% in Samus Returns, in Metroid Prime 3, which of course has, I think, one of the locators for uncovering all the remaining collectibles on a map. And indeed also in Other M, which is controversial. But, yeah, Super Metroid, I don't think I've ever done it 100%. It's something that I should eventually learn. It's funny because I've always felt like my knowledge of Super Metroid was fairly poor because I've just been surrounded by people who take Super Metroid speedrunning quite seriously. And indeed, Metroid Prime speedrunning back in the day. Like, it was in some ways the original modern speedrunning scene. In terms of the kind of record tracking, the kind of development of a lot of the early sequence breaking lingo, the fact that people were basically sharing videos in, 10-minute downloadable fragments back in the early 2000s, as they were trying to squeeze their Metroid Prime runs down under 2 hours or so, or whatever the record was at the time. It's much lower now. Okay, we're gonna be dead. Again. The idea was to get some motivation for a course, but you've been sucked in. Right, because you were talking about doing a bit of research in advance of a Metroid-style level, and really there's no better way to do it. I mean, I think that's the sort of magic of a lot of those older games, is that you think you're going back in for a research trip and you really get a sense of how well they have aged and how durable the design really is. Okay, that Buzzy Shell is going to cause trouble, and now the moles are going to cause trouble. So I'm kind of curious, as somebody who was seeing Super Metroid for the first time, what did you do against Dragon? Whoops. Okay. Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff to Super, I think, in terms of how flexible the routing is. That has rarely been duplicated by any of its imitators. I think the only game that's really kind of caught on to its sense of openness while having, definitely a very designed main route. Like, the only game that's really kind of understood that balance is Hollow Knight, I think. Dragon is the one who kind of, this is not a very apt description, but kind of flies around and, you've got the sort of sparking electrical circuits on the side and everything. No, that's Phantoon. Phantoon is the ghost in the wrecked ship. I actually don't always keep their names straight myself. I think you should have seen Dragon by now. But if you're on the approach to Ridley, that is. Of course, it could just be that you think you're on the approach to Ridley and you're not as far as you believe, but who knows? It's the flying guy who picks you up, not the spider web. The flying guy who picks you up. I think there's only one boss that matches that description of being the flying guy who picks you up. Well, technically, yeah, with the ovipositor, yeah. But Yeah, no, I'm always curious about that because, of course, there is more than one kill method, and everybody who does it one way is always astonished to find out other people ever do it the other way. Whoops. There have been a couple bosses in Nintendo history like that, so I don't know if you've ever played Skyward Sword, for instance, and know about the fights against the imprisoned one. And that's another example kind of like that, where there are multiple boss kill methods, and everybody who does it thinks that their method is the only one, and never considered the other one, so... But yeah, a lot about Super Metroid that I still feel like I don't understand, and you know, that's a game that I've run several times. It's been a couple years since I last ran it. I did pick it up very cheaply on Wii U a couple years ago. It's kind of nice to have it available in Nintendo Switch Online now. Although there are quite a few games in that library that I want to replay at some point. I've been meaning to run Yoshi's Island again, actually. I just haven't made time for it yet. And again, it's, you know, one of those games where... I mean, I haven't really done a full playthrough in ages and ages, and one of the things that would motivate me to do so is to attempt a bit of design research. That fight was the main reason you didn't go for Ridley tonight? Yeah. That is understandable. So, by the way you're describing it, I take it you did not try the grapple beam. Well, just an idea for whenever you want to do that again. You know what? Oh, look at this. This firing position is significantly better. Look at that. It is, in fact, so much better. It's unbelievable. Okay, do need to do something with that Buzzy, though, so that's going to require probably a tap. Oh, and I got hit by something. I don't know what. I think it must have been Bowser Fire, maybe? I don't know how I lost a sword just now. That was unexpected. But however, an upward firing position is so much better, it's not even funny. Look at this. Look at this. Just drops right on top of them. It did miss that mole down there, but if we see anything sneak across like that, we'll deal with it then. Oh my goodness, so much better. And then maybe we can get rid of the Buzzy as well. Let's see. Okay, now the Buzzy is going to be an issue. And now Goomba's coming out is going to be an issue. Okay, yeah, we're dead. We're dead. Once again, should use bombs against Bowser, but the bomb detonation time is quite long. Not so much cheese. The thing about Super Metroid that is not so apparent in the Prime games is that by the time you develop your endgame arsenal, you are supposed to be able to backtrack very fast and blast through everything. That's one of the very few things about Super Metroid that didn't really get translated into Prime, is just the speed of the backtracking. Oh, I see. Bowser Fire took out a sword. Okay, so we are dead. Well, just gotta wait this one out. Oh, the upward arrows are almost cheesed? Okay. Well, you know, the creator had to clear check this reliably somehow. I'm sure there must have been a good method, and that this could very well be a good method, and we blew it already anyway, so... Yeah, no, it's definitely not cheese. There are definitely things that can sneak by. And once the blasters come by with the Goombas, that becomes a bit of an issue. Part of the issue here, I think, is that I am dropping Bowser and blasters much too late. Although I don't think I have much flexibility there. I don't think the blasters ever drop off Bowser until he runs into that lower block where the Bowser statue is. And so, yeah, we've got some issues to deal with here. Yeah, clear rate on this is about 1%. And that's pretty much in line with what I'm seeing here, given that the early rooms were pretty easy and difficult to fail, to be honest. That's the difficulty in this level is mostly up to this room here. I really did need to launch that early enough to take out the Buzzy. There isn't really much of a recourse otherwise when it comes to getting rid of that thing. So yeah, pretty much as soon as the Buzzy comes in, I have to start thinking about taking that out. Yeah. Not too much space down there already. Yeah, this is actually quite tough. Still playing Star Fox 64 every night. Okay. Getting quite a great deal of longevity out of that, then. Remind me, were you playing Star Fox 64 still on original hardware or on DS? Like on the port? Or I guess on emulation, perhaps. Oh, the original 64, okay, yeah. Yeah, Super Metroid wall jumps take some getting used to. I think they're pretty much the only thing that has aged about that game. You know, people occasionally talk about, okay, is this game one that ever really needs to be remade or remastered or anything? What would they even do with a game that already kind of works so well and is in this state where everybody's just kind of comfortable with how everything works in terms of the real estate on the screen, the tricks you can pull off in the engine, the movement in general, the muscle memory that people have built up from speedrunning and getting it down to 30 minutes, etc. There is, I think, precisely one thing about Super Metroid that has not aged well, and it is the wall jump. That's the wall jump controls basically bet on the wrong side of history when it comes to the input direction. That's the only thing. Really the only thing. Okay, we're doing a lot better this time. Look at that, we hadn't even had one hit up to that point. This is getting a little bit hairier now, though. Okay, got the key, got it. And that is it, victory. And yeah, sure, we'll jump over to the flag and collect everything on this side. That's it. Yeah, the wall jumps pretty much go against how wall jumps have been standardized ever since, and that was really... I mean, you know, there were very few wall jumps at all back in the Super Nintendo era. You did, I guess, technically have some of the screen edge jumps that were possible with certain characters or on certain stages in Street Fighter 2. And I actually don't quite remember what the sequence for that was like, but platformer-wise, wall jumps were not really a thing. They were, of course, a much bigger thing in the 3D era, particularly from Mario 64 onwards, as you probably know, and that didn't really get incorporated into the Mario series until, well, NSMB on DS. And so there wasn't really a standard as such, but it seems like that, you know, the Super Metroid wall jump is just the equivalent of driving on the left in the country where everybody drives on the right. Where it's just kind of bet on the wrong horse in some ways. And it's funny because they have wall jumps back to something a little more conventional in Samus Returns, when Metroid 2 was remade for the 3DS. And I found some old school Super Metroid speedrunners complain about having to swap back to that style because they're so accustomed to how it works in Super. I do believe, however, that in the kind of cease and desisted another Metroid 2 remake, that the wall jump direction is actually a configurable option. And that probably should be the answer going forward for 2D Metroid. Although I think generally they should just stick with the wall jump as standardized, where you press against a wall. Yeah, thank you for the hype and implicitly to GG's. Let me see what I'm going to pull up next. I had a pretty large selection tonight, including a fairly healthy number of music levels. Okay, so I'll actually show one off now. And it's a good thing the audio is working again, because that would wreak absolute havoc on music levels, or really just silence them. And what fun would that be? Okay, so this is You Are a Super Player, which is actually a follow-up to a level we had previously shown by Mini Barf, which was kind of a music level that was based around each of the successive worlds in Super Mario World. So here is a music level, once again, that is apparently a condensation of the entire Special Zone. So let's take a look. Almost recreated your 64 collection. Yeah, I can imagine a lot of those cartridges being in demand, given that a lot of that software has not really received an official release outside of, in some cases, Wii and Wii U Virtual Console. And of course, the Wii shop is dead now, and Wii U didn't really port everything over, so definitely see a lot of that retaining a fair bit of value on the market. Missing Banjo-Kazooie and Majora's Mask, okay. Yeah. Majora's Mask is a game I came too late. It's one that I only played for the first time in the 3DS remake. Okay. So that was groovy, that was tubular. This is tubular right now, we know that because there's the P-Balloon right there. We have tracks that are going to be way cool. Yeah, I was absolutely floored by how good Majora's Mask was, and I say it as someone who's always been a little bit less enthused with Ocarina of Time than a lot of people are. I mean, it's a great game that got a lot of things right on the first try, but it's one that I've never particularly had a passion for. That's not the case with Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask just kind of blew me away right from the start. We should not go up to the music box. That is a terrible idea. We'll get hit by hammers. And that, of course, is mimicking the amazing Flying Hammer Brother that is at the end of Groovy at the beginning of the Special World. So yeah, really very much a condensation. That's the Boom Boom acting as Charge and Chuck. E-Balloon is for tubular, although I think that's a bit of a trap. We don't actually need it for anything that's coming up, as far as I'm aware. Just have to follow this custom scroll. Yeah, I also vastly preferred Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask, I absolutely see what the fuss was about. I mean, there's quite a lot that it does as a game that I don't think has really been equaled. I think it's also a landmark for Nintendo in terms of game structure as a kind of narrative design, when you think about how, you know, the schedules and the characters and everything was put together. That's something that I think has been imitated by a lot of games that don't quite understand why it worked so elegantly in Majora's Mask in the first place. Okay, we'll take this. And we're just going to skip the way cool track section. As I've been saying, I did replay all of Super Mario World not that long ago. Here's Awesome. And yeah, did it to 96 exits. Decided to do... We missed a checkpoint. Decided to do... what was it? Yeah, the special world as soon as possible, so we could kind of get the autumn theme and the skin switch before we even got to the Forest of Illusion. Oh, that's the notorious trampoline spot in Outrageous. I died to that all the time when I was younger. But yeah, I definitely found when replaying Super Mario World in that way, the tubular was not nearly as hard as I remembered, because it was really very short. But Way Cool, which was the track level, is maybe the one level in Super Mario World that is legitimately badly designed. And it's the kind of template for every track switching on-off level that you see in Mario Maker. Like, they all go back to that level. And, you know, Nintendo made all of their mistakes with that design so we wouldn't have to. You always hated the skin switch. Skin switch. Oh, you mean in Super Mario World? Yeah, well, I never got to see very much of it when I was younger, simply because the special world would conventionally be the thing that I did last. And so that was part of what the motivation was for just trying to get it done quickly. Now, of course, the whole trick to the special world music is that if you stare at it long enough in the original game, you would eventually hear Super Mario 1, the original theme, for pretty much the only time in Super Mario World. Oh yeah, with the Koopas, they're all preparing for coronavirus and wearing masks. And it seems rather prescient for them to do that now. Yeah. The outrageous segment being outrageous. Oh, should actually go for those power-ups a little more often, simulating, of course, the classy rotating power-up blocks in Super Mario World. But yeah, after playing everything again, I feel like Way Cool is legitimately the worst level in the game. Because it would do a lot of things that we would find unforgivable in Mario Maker when it comes to a lot of track-based levels or on-off-based levels, where it just takes forever to kill you. It is literally pick a path, and when you pick the wrong path, it takes forever to kill you. And so, like, there are just a lot of things going on that would be very easily booed in Mario Maker context. And yeah, okay, we'll just take the special world exit. Thank you for the GGs. You are a super player. Yeah, we'd shown a number of mini-bars levels previously. Actually a fairly new maker. I think he only started uploading, yeah, back in April, so hoping to look at some more of our minibar if it's some time, but Already a bit of a specialist in music platforming. Let's see, Bramble Scramble. Review to DKC2. Yeah, sure, let's take a look. About 3%, hopefully it won't be too long. You see the DK bananas already in the levels preview image. Don't know if I actually remember this melody. I know that DKC2 is kind of famed for its soundtrack even within the DKC series. I admit that my memory of it is not excellent. I love how the pink coins are here in place of the K letters, K-O-N-G. You can see already there are 4 coins. The issue is that the... Whoops, oh. Yeah, actually I have to grip onto that thing. The issue, of course, is that the auto-scroll takes off so quickly there isn't much time to get that safely, but... Oh yeah, I remember this track. I think this track is, in fact, revived or remixed in some capacity. Oh, we really needed to switch clouds there. In Tropical Freeze, I think there is, in fact, some kind of reference to it. It's Stickerbush Symphony, right? So, yeah, Stickerbush Symphony. If my memory of this is correct. Okay, we really did need to switch clouds nice and early, and that's a trick to that. And just needed to jump right over and out of the cloud. Is it Sticker Bush or Sticker Brush? I feel like that's actually been a point of confusion. I know that people always get it wrong, but I don't remember which one is wrong. I think you're right that it is a Sticker Brush. Yeah, I think you are right that it's Sticker Brush, and I feel like not only have I been corrected on that before, I have corrected other people on that before. So... yeah, because it is one of those names that people very commonly get wrong for. I think understandable reasons, because they just, I guess, associate bushes with DKC brambles. Okay, we actually... Oh, it's fine to get pushed. No, it's not fine to get pushed. Yeah, you're probably right that it's Sticker Brush, but... it's one of those that I just cannot remember. Okay. Actually, getting grip with this is going to be a little difficult. I feel like I actually do need to get pushed here. Okay, we'll run ahead a bit. Land in a cloud. Grab the N. And okay, we need to fly a little bit more carefully in that segment, possibly just get pushed by the screen there as well. You see, yeah, you are seeing both names because people get it wrong. And commonly get it wrong. And so even the one with the higher number of Google hits isn't necessarily the one that's going to be correct. I think you're right, and that it is Sticker Brush, though. That's... as you are no doubt aware from having watched me play quite often, sometimes things that are second nature to me kind of disappear from my bank of knowledge when I'm in the middle of playing a Mario level. That's things that are, or should be, very obvious to me, suddenly kind of recede to the back of my memory. And like I've been saying, this has always been a bit of a point of confusion anyway. Okay, got a G. We'll get a mushroom, sure. Mario Wiki seems to think it's Sticker bush. Okay, interesting. Okay. And we'll get our little DK banana at the end. And that'll be a GG. Okay. I'm going to pull up something else. I've got a whole pile of levels tonight that are music levels, but we'll do one that is not first, before we proceed. Now, this one is one that has been in my backlog, I think, literally for months. Really caught my attention the first time I saw just even a little bit of it on a different stream. Been meaning to play it ever since. Now, oh, that's not it. Wait, that's not the code I want. Hang on. Wait, that's wrong. That's not even a maker I'd heard of, so... Okay, no, I'm just gonna pull it up some other way. How was that incorrect? Wow. 1 second. See if I can dig it up. It'll be a surprise. Maybe. Yeah, that was totally not the level that I expected when I punched in that code. I think I might have gotten something mixed up. Ah, here it is. Okay. Okay, no. Yeah, I just punched something in wrong, and instead of giving me an invalid code, it actually just gave me a totally different level, so I accidentally typoed my way into somebody else's level. But this is the one I wanted to show off. Hey, Explicit, welcome. So Mang is a maker that I've featured in quite a bit here before as a master of extremely unconventional momentum-based mechanics that sometimes feel really janky, to be honest. Hence some really low clear rates on some of Mang's levels sometimes, but definitely a maker who has, I think, one of the most thorough understandings of momentum in the game. And kind of unconventional things you can do with that. So here's a level that was from December. It's called Get Out of the Car, referring to what is apparently the best item in all of Mario. And the reason I had jotted it down months ago was because honestly it looked like maybe the only good, reasonable car level that I had ever seen up to that point. So I've been meaning to try it ever since, and it is about time. Okay, so maybe it is Sticker Bush. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this up for sure. Because now I'm just confused. And it's hard to reason your way into it because both of them sound plausible, right? Okay, so it looks like grabbing the crate will send us down to dash panel unless I'm supposed to ground pound it. Oh, I see. Okay. It lands you in the car and then you have to jump out of the car. Hence the title of the level, Get Out of the Car. Okay, and then I have to probably spin again to get into next one. The composer said, yeah, that was one of David Wise's, right? Or was it, I thought it was Wise and not Kirkhope. Yeah, and I thought it was Sticker Bush, and I don't know. I just know that there's one that is always wrong, and I thought I was always careful about being the person who identifies it correctly. And welcome, by the way, Paxman. Good to see you around. Hope you've been enjoying a lot of levels on the player's side yourself. And, oh, whoops. Sorry about that, Paxman. It was Wise, yeah. Let me try to permit that link. And you can leave the evidence. That was, of course, just supposed to be David Wise on Twitter. Okay, needed to gain a little bit more height there off that wall jump to sail down to the exclamation block on the right side. Yeah, thank you for that, Paxman. I used to know this stuff a lot better, I swear. Yeah, there was a time when I paid quite a lot of attention to video game music in general. But it was quite some time ago. I think back in the very early days of the remix scene, before they were doing full tribute albums and other major contributions the way they do now, you know, back when people who are now much better known game composers were really just establishing themselves in the remix scene. Used to use Token Tango as an alarm on your phone, huh? Okay. Was really glad they got David Wise back for Tropical Freeze. I think it made a huge difference in terms of a step up in a score from DKC Returns, which, you know, like DKC Returns, I think the score to it is probably one of the things that is most dated about it. Nothing works better than a Sonic drowning. Okay. I mean, I guess that is alarming. Okay, I need to kind of get used to the idea that the 3D world twirl doesn't give me horizontal distance the way that the NSMB twirl does. It actually sends my arc a little bit further down. I need to twirl late. Yeah, twirling late is the solution. And that's the Mang momentum-based play for you. You can see how those exclamation blocks are paired with the bottom left corner, such that you do need to get into the car in the high position in the next room. Okay. Yep, that's just going to be a pure timing challenge in terms of when we choose to launch. We've seen some pretty similar Mang trampoline setups before in terms of using it as a launcher. Okay, let's on. Whoops. Yeah, I didn't really play much Sonic when I was younger. I mean, I played a little bit of 1 and 2 when they were current. I remember 2 being fairly impressive. 1 I've never really been able to get into. I mean, there isn't that much to it. Like, you see some of the early zones, and at that point you've seen a lot of what the game has to offer, but... Whoops. Oh, didn't manage to get out in time. Probably because I was trying to hit the jump button rather than the trigger, as I should have, in order to get out of the car. Okay. Yeah, twirl timing really does matter quite a bit here. I really did enjoy Sonic Mania, though. I thought Sonic Mania, even as somebody who was a bit of a Sonic skeptic going in, I found that to be really quite a well-designed experience. I haven't really seen much of the Sonic Mania Plus content, though. That is something I have not revisited in depth. Okay. That went fairly well for something I was doing blind. Okay, no, I needed to twirl to pull back. Or actually maybe just ground pound at that arrow. Back to start we go. Yeah, the thing about levels like this is that when you just watch it on video, there's a lot that you don't necessarily get about the game feel in terms of how the momentum controls. And that's something I've found for, yeah, a lot of these momentum-based levels in particular, is that you really do need it in your hands to get a sense of how gluey it is, or when you are fighting against your trajectory. Okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, and you had him losing rings as your text notification sound? Yeah, because as with getting hit and losing rings, a text notification is usually an interruption of whatever it is you were doing. So that is only appropriate. Okay. No, needed to get that jump there. I managed to do that whole segment blindly the first time. That was really just a flub on my part. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, I just need to slide over and just ground pound immediately. Don't see why I am trying to make that jump. Yeah, I should actually do another run through Sonic Mania. I mean, you know, there's a lot to that format that benefits from non-linearity. Actually, I'm not surprised at all to hear that you were both a Star Fox and a Sonic player. I think one of the central insights I had about learning to enjoy Sonic when I was playing Mania was to treat the style of route finding and exploration in a Sonic game as being closer to what you can expect in Star Fox, rather than in a sort of truly non-linear exploration platformer that is a little more flexible to the player, like Yoshi's Island, for instance. I think the thing coming from a Nintendo platform is mainly that is maybe the hardest adjustment to make when playing Sonic is just the degree to which the alternate paths are totally missable. That if you choose one path, you really sometimes, often, need to commit to it. And that's something that is, I think, much more familiar to Nintendo players from Star Fox. Because apart from the screen not letting you scroll left in SMP1, which was pretty linear to begin with, apart from warp zones, it's not something that's known for overlapping pathways by any means. That as Nintendo's own platformers became more exploratory, they were also much freer about allowing you to backtrack at your own pace and really be a completionist. And that's something that is an expectation you really can't bring with you into Sonic if you want to have any enjoyment out of it at all. And I think that's quite often the stumbling block that Nintendo players like myself in particular run into when trying to adapt to the Sonic mentality. But yeah, once I kind of realized that I should be thinking about it like Star Fox, that was a major insight in some ways. Kind of a breakthrough in how to approach the game. Oh, it was awful timing. I don't really find it to be too much like DKC. I mean, like, it's like DKC in that it can be very momentum-based and it can reward you for going fast and staying fast. But structurally speaking, I don't know if they're really all that similar. I think DKC tends to have a finer balance between the fast experience and the slow experience. Like, it's, in some ways, you don't really get a sense of what DKC level design is doing until you've kind of done it both the exploratory way and the speedy way. But yeah, I mean, you know, Sonic, you really have to deal with the fact that a lot of your choices when it comes to pathways or missing your intended routes or anything like that, a lot of those decisions are going to be one-way gates that you're not going to revisit until the next attempt. I think that's a good way of putting it, Pac-Man. That they kind of have a different floor and ceiling when it comes to speed. Yeah, because in Sonic, like, you really get the sense that things are tuned such that going fast is the intended way to play, and there's a lot that, you know, kind of kicks you around to drill that concept into you. That ideally, if you are playing well, you should be flowing. Whereas I think DKC, partly as a result of DKC being something that from its very inception had no timer, I think it's quite significant that it would generally allow you to kind of be as slow as you want, check some paths, go backwards. I mean, pretty much the very first secret that is available in all of DKC is going backwards. To the point that that's kind of become a series convention there in its own right. But yeah, it took me a while to really kind of start appreciating Sonic, but Mania was when a lot of that stuff clicked. And it might just be that Mania is just better at doing that than the classic games, although I've heard a lot of good things about Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I've never actually played 3 and Knuckles. For that we can blame Michael Jackson. But that's, yeah, definitely. Oh. Have to kind of pay attention to these jumps in the meantime. I'll definitely have to do a jump followed by an exit out of the third car. But yeah, I mean, I get what you mean when you say that they set you up for failure in similar ways, in that when you are trying to adapt to playing fast, the punishment for that is similar in that it is kind of a dead stop. And kind of a momentum cut, right? So I think it's much more pronounced in that kind of level design. Like, you don't really see that much of that style of design in Mario Maker, even in levels where you're just kind of holding dash the whole way and holding right the whole way to go at full speed, because the width of the canvas, I think, really doesn't quite permit it. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. That's going to be a checkpoint. There's going to be a slide. That's training me to do something, that's for sure. Okay. Just need to get a better exit timing there. Whoops. No, I can slide right into that, and I don't know if I can avoid falling into the gap and go straight into the dash panels. I don't think I really can. There we go. That one's fairly straightforward. The distance on this next jump is a little bit hairy, but there we go. Yeah, the initial startup on the dash panel is a kind of condition to force you left, I think. Oops. You keep picturing Mario hanging off that ledge by the doorknob. You know, if I were able to do some kind of stick-based illustration, I would probably take you up on that idea. Fortunately, I just cannot draw with the stick at all, so... Art comments are not really something I'll be doing on the stream, unfortunately, but that would have been a good idea otherwise. Okay. We'll just, yeah, get rid of that car. And that is a completion. Yeah, the drawing tools in this game, not great. There are a lot of things that should have been basic expectations, like even a fill tool. But in general, there are a lot of things about the comment system that I really wish were kind of well developed in a way that was platform-wide in the same way that Miiverse was, although, you know, clearly Nintendo wasn't investing in that this time around, and so we have these rather patchy and inconsistent solutions to commenting that were implemented both in Splatoon and in here. And that's kind of unfortunate. But I think there's quite a bit to the comment system that leaves much to be desired. I mean, I'm glad they put some comment system in at all, because that was something that I theoretically missed from Mario Maker 1, even though I just leave comments off all the time nowadays to avoid clutter and to avoid puzzle spoilers. I mean, I like that they're back in, but it definitely feels like the implementation was, you know, maybe a little bit phoned in. Yes, you absolutely heard Splatoon. And squids that are kids and kids that are squids. So I actually have a kind of good story about that I will maybe tell once I pull up the next thing I'm playing. So, the kind of big high-profile maker that's coming with 4YMM this week is, of course, going to be Space Pig, creator of Team Shell and a significantly bigger streamer in his own right. I actually never caught up with playing the levels that were submitted to AGDQ back in the relay race that was back in January. I did watch the relay race, of course. That was a real thrill, but I never actually got back to playing these levels, and I can't say I remember much about this one. This is, however, probably one of the more accessible Space Pig levels, speaking as somebody who is really bad at working with shells. And so we're going to give that a go. Boom Boom just beat your world record on his very first run. I'm sure he did. But yeah, let's finally take a look at this. See if I can handle it. Oh yeah, I can. Just need to follow the markers there, and... So, there's one thing that you should look up that predates Splatoon by several years. It was a bit of a joke that was created by the science fiction novelist Jeff Vandermeer, who is a lot more prominent now than he was then. You might, of course, have known his work through the film adaptation of his novel Annihilation, starring Natalie Portman. But he's a writer who has a very interesting sense of humor, shall we say. And so back in the mid-2000s, he wrote something called the Squid Punk Manifesto. And you can look it up. It's called the Squid Punk Manifesto. And it was basically his way of lampooning an era when steampunk was a really fashionable thing in science fiction, and everybody was just coming up with some kind of coinage involving the word punk. So you would have, you know, diesel punk and deco punk and who knows what else. Okay, we need to throw the shell and we need to bounce on the shell on its way back, not on the floor. I really have to read this properly. And so years before Splatoon was a thing, he wrote about this thing that was like really just kind of a parody concept called Squid Punk. And then when Nintendo announced Splatoon for the first time in the E3 where they introduced it, I remember thinking at the time, like I was looking at it and thinking, oh wow, it's Squid Kids with their kind of, you know, punky indie music. And this really is like legitimately Squid Punk. I'm obviously supposed to fall in that shell. I just having a bit of an unfortunate time with it. Okay, down we go. Pretty clearly marked all around. Tentacles and top hats? Well, I don't know, not quite. There's something, I think, often going on in steampunk involving social class that take a little while to unpack, but okay, let's... There we go. Now that's looking very accurate. And of course, we're just going to totally flub that on an easy shell. Shell, shell, and an arrow. Okay. Yeah, I can see how this was built for the ADGQ relay in that it is built to be very easily sight-read, particularly by people who have a lot of experience with these moving parts already. Everything is actually quite gentle by the standards of a shell level. Invisible Sun. Do I know what Invisible Sun is? Like, that rings a bell, and I feel like it's something I should know. And which... it just kind of escaped me for the moment. Invisible Sun. Certainly sounds familiar. Okay. Oh, whoops. Missed a throw. Was too busy watching the on-off switch to see what was going on. Oh, tabletop RPG. Okay, that's why I wouldn't know it. I don't really know my tabletop very well. It's possible I might have heard of it because I seem to be around a lot of people who know tabletop well. Tabletop seems to be one of those subjects where I am probably... I always feel like I have the least knowledge and experience with it out of the people I know. Whoops, no, I'm supposed to go over the thwomp, over to the next shell. That should be very, very obvious. This is why we don't do relay runs in AGDQ, one of the many reasons. It's entirely possible that I heard it from you, yes. That is definitely something that could be the case. No, I mean, I do know a lot of people who are really into the tabletop world, though, so... it's entirely plausible that even something relatively obscure might have come up in conversation at some point. Whoops. A massive overcompensation on that side. Okay. A little bit late in that release. Oh, a bit on the Minecraft grind, okay. And how is Minecraft going? What have you been building there lately? Totally player-driven tabletop RPG. Are you thinking about that in terms of the rule set or the scenario or both? Like, what's... if it's totally player-driven, you know, what does that mean? Like, what part would ordinarily not be player-driven? Okay, I really do need to pay attention to the simple stuff here. Yeah. I am kind of expecting, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm expecting that Space Pig's level for 4YMM is going to be Oh, I see. Needed to hit the POW. On-off switch first and hit the POW. Yeah, that's right. Kind of expecting that the level he put together for 4YMM is going to be comparatively introductory by Space Pig standards as well. There we go. But, yeah, we really don't know. Okay, it looks like it's going to be a stop. Yeah. Actually do without coin markers here just fine. Thing seems fairly reliable so far. Oh, I see, player driven as opposed to the power that is ordinarily held by the GM. I see what you mean. Okay. And Electric Dude, congratulations on the Ender Dragon. I know very little about Minecraft proper, so I kind of missed out on Minecraft when it was kind of incoming. It's like I skipped right over it to a lot of other builder games. Okay, I really do need to wait for that shell. It's not reading that. Set up appropriately. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'll catch up on what you were saying about the GMing of Invisible Sun when I'm through reading a few more of these shells. Lots of objects in motion. Those are actually very satisfying landings on those arrows. Basically the final boss of the game, yeah. Yeah, because Electric Dude, the thing is, I've always seen a lot of people show off their Minecraft creations and share their Minecraft creations and kind of hang out in the social space, show off these incredible sculptures, etc. I've rarely ever heard people really talk about the kind of designed game content, as it were. I mean, I hear about that stuff much more often with games like Terraria, perhaps, but which I think has a similar balance of, you know, user creativity and a really deep official game. But I know next to nothing about Minecraft as an official game, so to speak, when it comes to content, because I've just had very little exposure to what people actually do with it. Oh, I see. No, I have to follow the pillars. The pillars are the markers. Pillars of the mushroom columns. And that's actually very clearly marked. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is actually a very relaxed level. For the most part, you hold jump and it just kind of plays itself and you just manipulate your horizontal positioning. No. Had to follow the arrow there. That's something that should have been obvious from how everything was marked. I do like the spaciousness of this, though, and that, you know, it is actually very well visually signified, but never too busy. It doesn't mean that I have to clue in to some things that are maybe ordinarily not used as foreground markers quite as much, like the mushroom platforms, but I think they work well. The intended path isn't that big anyway, and you'll most likely end up doing your own projects, I see. Yeah, there are a lot of sandbox games like that where, you know, I play a ton of stuff in them and never actually wind up fulfilling the story condition that was Pretty much what Subnautica was like for me. I was very fond of Subnautica, except for the fact that it was very buggy. It's one of the sort of... I think I've rarely seen a game that has as big a gap between quality of game design and quality of bugginess than Subnautica. The gap is immense in that it is this absolutely incredible game that from an engineering side is kind of poorly built. Which is too bad, because I was very absorbed in it for the longest time, but it was also very broken. Okay. There we go. Okay, so what's up here? Don't think that looks reachable. Let's just continue bouncing. I'm surprised this is as low as 1%, actually. It feels significantly easier. But then it was a very popular level that had a great deal of exposure to a mass audience by way of AGDQ, and that a lot of people would be going down the AGDQ relay race list and trying a bit of everything in. So for people who are new to something like an item throw, that's... Okay. That was a really nice little back and forth right there. Very, very satisfying. Yeah, but I can see how the clear rate could have been deflated by a much wider player base than what these levels would usually receive. Because this feels significantly easier than the 1% range that it belongs to. Okay, there we go. Quite a lot of meat to it, though, as something that was built to be a relay race level. Yeah. Always kind of interesting to see which games people duck into as their other game that are being played alongside Mario Maker, you know, for people who also kind of have Mario Maker as their main game, what they rotate to from time to time. Because as I've often observed, definitely a lot of crossover with builder games in general, sandbox games, engineering games. Yeah. I kind of wonder sometimes how much of an effect that has on the level styles that people gravitate towards. Like if you were to poll people who, for example, mainly made or played at troll levels, you have to wonder what they are into most of the time. You know, what do you play when you don't have the convenience of something like an established Mario platforming language that you can subvert, and what do you play that's not a troll level, you know? And I can certainly see there being a lot of interest in engineering tricks and mechanics among that crowd as well. And yeah, sticking to one game is always going to burn you out, for sure. I think everybody needs to take some breaks and alternate from time to time. And okay, here we go. And, you know, it also, I think, helps when you come back to Mario Maker and kind of bring in the experience of a different game or a different perspective with you. Not that we're always playing other games for the sake of applying things back to Mario Maker, but I think that's certainly something that we can keep in mind. Okay, here we are. Yeah, it's kind of neat that you're still pretty active in Splatoon. I've been always telling myself to go back to it, but it's one of those games that just got crowded out by too many other long-term persistent games going on at the same time, where, you know, after a while you just do need to pick and choose. Whoops. Oh, there's the gate right there. And that's why Boom Boom got the world record ahead of you. He's already there at the gate. We can't say I wasn't warned. Okay. Here we are. Okay, here we are. That's all smiles. Yeah, I do kind of wonder how the Splatoon metagame might have changed with time, just given that the player base must have mostly narrowed to real long-termers at this point. I mean, I don't know if there is still much of an active casual base in the lower ranks, but it's hard to tell because it is a massive game, particularly in Japan. And of course, I've always been somebody who plays games in hours when Japan is on in force, and so that was always my Splatoon ranked experience, is that most of the time I would be playing against Japanese players, you know, back when I was climbing C rank or B rank. And then if I ever played kind of in daytime in, say, an NA time, and also played people who were in B rank or C rank, you could suddenly see that the field was noticeably easier. And it was always a very pronounced difference. Yeah, that was Space Pig's Smelly Shell Hotel. That'll be some preparation for whatever Space Pig is delivering with 4YMM. As the new set of levels comes in tomorrow, I'll probably be playing them Tuesday during the daytime stream as I did last week. Let's bring up something by Kerfix. Surprisingly, a lot of low-level players, yeah. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that it would stay in after all this time. Chestnut Season I played off-stream and still hold the record on when it came up yesterday. I do recommend it, it's a fun one. In the meantime, we'll catch up on some of Kerfix's other levels, and not very many uploads from him so far. And so I think what we'll do, let's just take a look at some of these clear rates here. 2%, 1%, 3%. Yeah, let's just go down the list. So this is from back in October. Dry Bones Rises. Float Away to Victory. By far, Kerfix's most popular and well-received level. And only that one upload since October, so you have to wonder what he's been working on for YMM, if it's something that's been prepared over the long term. Okay, looks like we need to watch out for falling icicles. Looks like that may just be a reset door. Okay. Alright, this is just kind of a bounce exercise then. Okay, pretty simple, pretty simple. Just need to match the hidden conveyor speed we see down there. Ah, there we go, that's the surprise we're waiting for. And we'll just bounce our way over. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, that record is not going to hold. I think it's quite obvious it won't. I was really quite impressed to see some of the optimizations that you made on the 4YMM set. Particularly in that one leap that you showed me in Nabuza's level. That was really something that I'm not going to try to duplicate. But at least you got some footage going of that and managed to show us what the bar for entry for that record time is likely to be. Now, I assume that I should take that rather than the door. Don't know why we would want a reset door over there, to be honest, but given that we have the checkpoint right outside the pipe, The on-off state was toggled, so can we check? I'm just going to check. Purely out of curiosity. Oh, interesting. It's a little bit of a cutscene. We should have seen some of the cutscenes to begin with then if we knew what was going on. Because that's kind of cute. I might come back in here to look at some of the early cutscenes. We have to get into the habit of actually looking at the doors. Maybe there was something about that in the description. Okay, no, need to make each successive jump. Oh, whoops. Don't want that to be nuked by the icicle. Yeah, surprisingly lenient. Well, I mean, I could imagine that you definitely would have run into some of the cooldown times on the left-right facing mechanism quite a bit. I mean, even I was kind of running into that in a casual play. In terms of changing my facing direction a little too quickly sometimes. Yeah, really quite happy with the first week selection for YMM for sure. And yeah, we did manage to do every cake hunt, as I think we had previously discussed. Okay, this is going to pipe us through the middle, I'm sure, when the time comes. Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that stack. It's wonderful, but also maybe slightly distracting to people who are not paying attention to how the level is supposed to go. Okay, let's do that successfully that time. Looks like a neat little ending for sure. It reminds me of that bit, once again in Skyward Sword, where you climb that thread from the underground towards the light, which was apparently based on a little snippet of Japanese folklore. You know, the part in the basement of the ancient cistern, if those of you who have played Skyward Sword remember that. Yertle. Not actually sure what you're asking me, but something about Yertle the turtle? Whoops. Ah yes, Yertle the turtle. Okay, let's actually pay attention to this. Here we go. Have to get on board. Full jumps on all of these do the trick just fine. Oops. Didn't expect it to dip down that early. Thought I would have the chance to take one more bounce in that, but that was evidently not the case. Oh, running a bit tight there. Yeah, judging from the other level that I played, the chestnut level, Perfix has definitely a great fondness for a hidden poison tech, which, I mean, I certainly kind of sympathize with. Like, this is very much the kind of thing that tends to interest me in the Maker tool set as well, having this very clean and open look that comes from being able to develop in such a way that most of the actual tech is hidden, but hidden in such a way that is still fair for the player to follow. Alright, let's bounce up towards the light. Towards the light. And a little switch to galaxy theme there as well as you rise up into the night sky. A lovely little touch. Okay. I feel like I am supposed to ride this. But if I ride this, then I won't be able to ride... Oh, whoops. Okay, no, I am supposed to ride the shell, and I'm supposed to ride between the dry bones. Thought I was supposed to hold and escort the shell and bounce on the big dry bones, like I've been doing throughout the whole level, but I'm fairly certain that that whole challenge is to masquerade as one of the bones and follow them in their little march across the poison sea. So let's just pop our way over and see how this goes. Okay, here we are. There we are. Yeah, I didn't expect what the conveyor would do there. That's the thing that mostly threw me off. Okay, that was fun. Let's do a few more of these. Yeah. Apart from the huge popularity of this level, it certainly feels like Kerfix is coming into this as one of the lesser-known makers. Very highly rated one, of course, given the number of levels, but always fun to dig up some of these older levels and give them their due. So let's take a look at the epic Yorni through poison water on Drybone's head. Again, sounds like it's going to be a very similar concept, and indeed was made within 11 days of the other one, so maybe we should have played them in order to see their proper story sequence, but regardless, let's take a look. Okay, how are we doing here? Here we are. Just have to wait for this guy to show up. And it's going to be a similar rising structure to what we saw in the previous level. Okay, so we have a multi-checkpoint set up by the looks of it, with a final coin that we are not going to take just yet. And it looks like these rooms are appropriately marked with the kind of things we'll be dealing with. Let's take a look at the on-off room first. Looks like it'll just be a matter of tapping switches to move it along the conveyor. Okay, very quick challenge. And we reset the on-off state. Let's take a look at the Boo Room. And it looks like it'll be, well, quite similar to the concept of the level that we had seen just now. It looks like this room was pretty much elaborated into the entirety of the Dry Bones rising that happened immediately after this one. Okay, just need to clear the height of the boost stack, I think, and land on the Dry Bones when it peaks out. I feel like I should be going right away, but that is not totally clear to me in terms of whether it bombs its way back up again if I missed the first cycle, so... Okay, that's certainly too soon. Yeah, perhaps I am supposed to slow down a bit here and read the timing. A little bit difficult to tell. Although you can see from the clue and indeed from the room itself that the munchers are how the flight pattern is timed. No, that's also the case for the Dry Bones or only for the Boos, but we'll find that out very shortly. Okay. Yeah, this one's a little bit trickier to read, I think, but we'll see what we can do with it. No. Oh, I see. No, I didn't think about how the dry bones would head over to the third stack. So, perhaps we need multiple bounces. There we go, there we go. We got it. Yeah, as soon as I read the timing and understood that it wasn't just alternating between the first two stacks, but instead going to all three, that became quite readily understandable. Love the positioning of this claw such that we cannot actually get trapped. Okay. How do we grab this guy here? Looks like I may have to wait for another bone cycle, but that is not totally clear to me just yet. Yeah, I assume that we'll have another dry bones there. Okay, everything here is actually reasonable so far. I'm shocked at the very low clear rate. It may, of course, partly have been from rooms like the blue rooms here earlier, where you have a lot of quick retries from people who don't understand the pattern yet at that stage. Whoops. Ah, I see. So when the icicles hits on the lower level, that activates the on-off state. Activates the on-off state, and that was admittedly not really clear to me. Whoops. So I had to jump around, perhaps over the icicle and onto the block over there. I need a hue emoji. Maybe I do. Or some. Oh, we've been here already. What am I doing? Okay. I mean, if I really do express relief quite that often. Oops. I was trying to jump over the icicle, didn't expect it to hit the switches quite that soon. I thought I would have another tile or so of space. Whoops. That was a bit of an adjustment jump, clearly a mistake. Okay, for when I had a nearly disastrous finish. Yeah, I feel like for this one that you do need to kind of fail at it once before you see what's going on. The on-off switch definitely caught me by surprise the first time in a way that I don't think I was totally able to see. I've seen everything already. What am I doing? Okay, I've already got 4 coins. I should just pick something easy. Which was the easy one? Was this the easy one? I think so. Didn't realize that I had already captured all the coins I needed, but I think that's just because I'd been conditioned by so many repeatable checkpoint extravaganzas that run on for, 8 segments instead of 4. Okay, looks like we are going to have a second segment, and look at that checkpoint flag that is dangling up above us, so maybe now we will find out what that 1% clear rate is all about. Okay, so this is definitely a precursor to what we saw with that far more popular level that came after. Ah, yes, okay, so that's a checkpoint we hit. That's interesting. I don't think I was quite paying attention to how that whole checkpoint setup was even working. Hey, Awesome Lad, welcome. Hope you are doing well. Oh, I see. That's because the checkpoint flag is placed kind of half and half, half below the semi-solid, half above. And I wonder what is the mechanism that actually permits you to drop from it down below then when you are through. the entire repeatable coin setup. There's something interesting going on there that I don't think I totally understood in terms of the checkpoint pattern. Like why it would spawn you on the bottom side of the checkpoint rather than the top. I feel like I should know the answer to that. I've seen enough checkpoint tech at this point that that should be something familiar to me. Okay, we'll just ride this one out. Ride it out all the way. Missed a 50 coin. Fail-proof in that room unless you wait for a timer, I see. Oh hey, let's do this just to see what happens. Nice, that's a lovely little bonus objective at the very end. And yeah, why not? Let's just finish Perfix's whole set. And do another one of these. This is a fish out of water. You can see from the pipe theme that it is likely to be another poison level, and so that's certainly a theme that was seen throughout. All of these appear to be poison levels. Water spout sucked up fishes up to space. Just take them down. Okay, we'll do that. You made a castle with a much less elegant solution to... which part? Oh, yes, I see. I think I know what you mean. Okay, look at this. We are going to get a little bit of a preview of what we have to deal with. And the custom scroll is going to push me up a little bit to force me ahead to whatever is going on here. Okay. Why would I possibly want to take the stars? I don't think I want to take the stars because that would send me through the fish. And if I cut through the cheeps, then I just fall and die, right? Yeah. That was not intentional. I was not deliberately testing that, but I do see now that there's also the clear condition, which was, of course, blasted in my face right at the very start, and yet went unnoticed. Nope, mistake. Okay. Yeah, well, thank you for the GGs, late as they may be. You know what? There is kind of a way to cheese this whole thing here. Which is that I can just consume all of these off tracks and then respawn through the pipes and not deal with half of this stuff. Probably as much as I can clear out, but basically I come back in here, I wait for the star to expire, and then I go back in. Except the custom scroll is going to pull me up, but okay. Hey, it's CGT Nathan, welcome. Not running the Qbot tonight, but hopefully you'll be able to catch me when I am in fact running viewer levels. This is a weekend session where we tend to do a bit of a curated list. Oh, the Cheep's not coming back this time. It has been officially defeated. Okay, that's a problem. I think all that work was for nothing then. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just start over. But yeah, all of our regular streams do tend to be fewer levels, except for the Saturday to Sunday stream, this one, which is typically the backlog, and the Tuesday daytime stream has become our designated spot for 4YMM week to week, depending on how long it takes for me to do a completionist run, grab all the cake. Had a bit of overflow when I was trying the first batch earlier this week, simply because, okay, that's a little bit fussy. I spend entirely too much time kind of barking up the wrong tree when it comes to the secret route that was in Bufflin's level. There we go. There we go. Nope. There we don't. This is surprisingly tricky in terms of maintaining a responsible jump height as we try to make our way over the jeeps. Just have to fall into that. I think falling into it is the intended solution. Because coming back through the pipe after you consume the stars is clearly not the way this was designed, but you can see that the falling arc does take you directly down to the blue block. I should not have jumped the gun on that one. Yeah, small jumps every now and then, or in this spot, no jump at all. Whoops. So yeah, just need to make it through this whole corridor. I mean, at least the intended targets are pretty well marked. There we go. Okay, and down we go. We're going to beat the blooper to the lower level, and now we're going to have an auto-scroll segment that's going to destroy a couple chiefs for us. That's 18. Is it going to nuke 2 more? Yes, it is. Okay, fairly straightforward, actually. Once again, deceptively low clear rate on what was a fairly simple level once we just found out that I was supposed to fall straight off the first platform. I can definitely see where that 3-second advantage for the world record is coming from, given that it's not actually necessary to stomp the blooper at the very end. You can go straight down to the pipe. So, that's a fish out of water. Okay, let's look at something else. Going to bring up some more music levels now, I think. Let's see, who was I looking for? Way too many makers here. Oh yeah, it's General BB. So General BB is another maker from the Dutch circle and a bit of a specialist in music levels who also wrote up the music guide for doing globally loaded looping music tracks, and so hopefully we'll see some of that in action. I'm going to play some of the more recent levels, beginning with the Song of Storms Grandiose Concert, which I just assume is going to be the Song of Storms from Zelda. Yep, that's who it is. Not being a Dutch speaker, I'm sure I would completely mangle the pronunciation. Like, get you? Get you? Or, I don't know. You'll have to teach me that sometime. But yeah, this has got a pretty gentle 14% to it. Let's take a look at this looping music level extravaganza. I'm going to look over to make sure my audio is working. I believe it is. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, going to have a music note start things off. Of course, we're going to be Link if it's Zelda music. Okay, that's going to block us off from anything that would break our way up there, and we'll just listen to this little prelude, which I'm sure is going to develop. And I'll just poke around here because I can. Okay. Had to get used to regular gravity again. Do need a reset door to bring back the blooper before we can continue. Do we? Oh no, that's just going to proceed. It's going to give us the little sound effect. That's really interesting that the sound effect disguises all of the loading and then the concert begins. Wow, that's wonderful. Look at that. Starts right on cue. But using the sound effect to disguise that is quite neat. Losing Link to the Cheep Cheep was maybe less neat. But there we go, Master Sword. Yeah. Just a wonderfully clean look to all this. Okay. On off. And I guess that's what the global music tech really permits, is this very nice open layout. Of course, there does seem to be a little bit of waiting involved. There we go. The bomb was probably a bad idea. Whoops. Being squished was an even worse idea. You pronounce a G as ch. Okay. So Chetja. Maybe. I mean, I can just ask him at some point. That's going to loop around. I mean, I actually did not need to wait for that cycle, technically. Interesting that you can sort of speed your way through this level to some extent if you find a good pattern to synchronize with the on-off switch activations, wherever they are. Okay, there we go. And, well, no, we were back here. That's a bad idea. That's not where I wanted to go. I got a bit lost there for a second. I wanted to go to the right. That's right. There we go. Okay, Master Sword, refresh point over there. Now here's the hideously complex music setup that is spawning tons of bloopers that are chasing us. Oh, let's go up and see what's going on. Oh, whoops. That was maybe not great, but a lot of bloopers being released everywhere, wow. I doubt any of these pipes do anything. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this was a bomb spot. If we had kept Link, we would have been able to bomb our way through that. And that's something to keep in mind. I may, in fact, come back here to do a coin run. Oh, no, there's the Master Sword, actually. We can just do it now. Master Sword. There we go. Okay. Now, where do we go next? Let's go up. Whoops. We'll grab the Master Sword first, and then we'll go up. We don't have a similar syllable in English? Okay, yeah. I mean, it's kind of too bad it might be a bit difficult for you to use the International Phonetic Alphabet in chat. So it would ordinarily be the easiest way to do things. Or some definition of easy. Oh hey, that would be a useful thing to have. Except I missed my chance at it. It's too bad. There we go. Deflecting the spiny hat with the shell like that. With the sword, rather. That was rather satisfying. Okay, we see another coin up above me directly. It's going to be something we take care of as soon as I clear some space around these bloopers. Oh no, Spiny Hat can take us up through those question blocks, and that's what allows me, potentially, to grab that coin. I think we might have lost our only chance at the Spiny Hat, though. Unless it's coming out of that... Well, let's see. Yeah, I think we might have lost our chance. Yeah, didn't need it to go through here. It's okay, we'll do the coin run another time, perhaps. Oh, like a h sound. H, h. I don't know if that actually comes through the mic. Some syllables may not come through very well, but... Okay. Okay, that's a little clearer to me then. And yeah, having lost the spiny head, I don't think we have another chance at that particular coin. So we'll just run around until such time as I can get through this gate here with the next on-off activation. Let's see what kind of pattern I want here. I actually want to stay in the middle. Yes, that's correct. That's... Okay. What was actually activating the on-off mechanism? I thought it was something timer-based, but maybe there is something that I'm not quite getting. On the other hand, I think I have been excessively spoiled by the facing mechanism that we saw from Naboo's. Okay, here's the Master Sword and a checkpoint. Yeah, we'll grab the checkpoint. It will kind of prevent us from taking the coin route. Also, I noticed right away that this on-off switch could potentially be activated. Except it would be enforced anyway. Okay, so maybe not. No, I was looking at a coin and kind of thinking about a bomb as an alternative, and doesn't really allow for that. So here is a little bit of title text telling me that we had just, of course, heard the Song of Storms. You can from the top. Well, we had missed 2 coins anyway. So that wasn't the only one we were missing. I might go back through this one and do a coin hunt. Once again, because we're missing a few things, so... Yeah, let's just run this through again and see how it goes. Interesting, too, that there does seem to be a bit of a secret in the first part of this level. I'll show you what I mean. Only noticed it now. When we go back, there is a breakable question block right from the start. That takes us down to a 30 coin. And that just, I think, skips most of the level, to be honest. Or does it? I think that actually skips most of the level. Okay, speedrun Stratton, right? If I'm not mistaken, yeah. Or does it? Okay. It doesn't skip much of it. I don't remember how that intro sequence was laid out, to be honest, so... Skip for the tutorial, okay, I see. Now, I am right that this was coin 1, though, right? I think it was. Okay, here we are. See 2 coins to the right. And we'll just keep that in mind. As we try to recover a spatial sense of how everything was being laid out. Okay, no, we'll come up here first, because that's not what gives us access to the coin. Never mind, never mind. I did that last time as well, and I should have remembered. I mean, definitely a piece of music that was meant to be looped. So, not going to be sick of it anytime soon. Okay, let's poke around over here. We'll grab that one. And we have that one down below as well. So let's check that spot. Yeah, that's one that I think I had previously missed. And we'll clear some of the bloopers. And thank you for the cheers. Yeah, you will have to catch me on the next one. Good to see you here as always. Okay, so I think after this one, it's only the Spiny Hat one remaining. Okay. Now, Spiny Hat, how do we get it? It was through the center, wasn't it? Something to do with this. Remember having it to come through the center part of the level somehow. And we'll just run around until we find that accordingly. Okay, so, you know what? A bomb totally would have worked if we get above the Piranha Plant. I actually do not absolutely need a Spiny Hat to make that function. I don't know why I just didn't nuke that with an arrow to begin with, instead of trying to poke around up there the unsafe way. Okay, now we've got some room to move. Tons of room to move. Okay, maybe get out of the way of that thing there. Okay, lots of blooper spawns once again. Let's try to get around like that. Okay, now we've got it. So we did not need the Spiny Hat after all. Oops. Might be helpful to actually make that jump for a change. Okay, so now we've got a key. Might as well blow this thing up. And let's continue. I remember this guy. A big blooper here. Quite possible that he just did not cause me any significant trouble previously. Okay, here we want to get down the middle again with the next switch activation. Still not clear on when the switch activation is actually toggled. There is some kind of consistent rule to it. I certainly haven't been able to discern what that would be. Okay, we'll take the key past the checkpoint, which... Ah, here's the key door. Okay. Wonderful. Let's just take it right here, then. And that's going to give me a little BB credit screen with a huge twister setup. Massive twister tornado. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. Okay. Where will this take me? It will take me to this massive blaster stack that's, yeah, everything just got overlapped on the side. It comes up through a tornado. That is a lovely little bonus segment. Really a bit of a show-off with tech there, thinking that, you know, you have all these entities left over. What do you do with them? You just dump about a dozen twisters and a dozen blasters there, and just let me bob around. The switch is toggle on a beat? I didn't think it was. I didn't get that sense. Anyway. Yeah, it was probably something I just completely missed about how that was functioning. The storm. Well, yeah, it is the Song of Storms. Hey, Brogan, glad to see you come by. We'll, of course, just kind of take the 100 seconds remaining to us to down here and grab a clear. Okay, so we did it for real this time. Yeah, going to do one or two more of those from Ketchia? General BB, rather. And we'll see what other global music setups might have been in store. Well, we might not just do music levels. I might want to see some variety. Let's take a look at Lemmy the Pacifier and to see what he did. I see Julian staring at me with his little propeller hat. And 1 minute world record. Don't know if we'll go for that, but let's take a look regardless. You saw this level or the Song of Storms level? This one, the Lemmy one here? Okay, so it's just going to stop, stop, stop. Ah yes, the Song of Storms one, yeah. Well, I mean, I think a lot of those global music setups are beginning to catch on. That wasn't strictly global. I mean, it was running a number of the music tracks through the whole way. I think there might have been some kind of persistent loop to that structure, but could not totally tell from what I was seeing. I don't think I can actually make this as a spin jump. No, didn't think so. What is Lemmy even doing here? Can he hit the on-off switches? No, he can't. Okay. Alright, so we'll just take out some of these guys. Think about how that coin to the left is going to work. Whoops. Totally flubbed that. And we'll just let this gradually shift us over. Ah, there we go. Okay, totally missed that this time around, and missed that one as well. Okay, that did not go well. But Rocky Wrench over there is just going to hang around in midair, and that will give us a nice safe platform to work with. Okay, Magic Koopa is going to show up and dash around a little bit. See what's up here, 30 coin. Okay. Now, a couple of spikes down there. Let's take advantage of this and walk the mole. Yeah, projectile limit did get filled very quickly here, which is very convenient for my purposes, given Spinies. That got filled up in no time. No, that was intentional. I feel like the Spinies are a lot easier than they otherwise would be. But on the other hand, if the projectile limit were not stuffed up, that would be absolutely, well, difficult to manage, shall we say. And so I think filling out the projectile limit quickly might really be the point. I think Lemmy Balls should count towards that, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, everything filled up very quickly. I think that's very much the point of this level, in fact, is to get that projectile limit stuffed up right from the start and have some unconventional setups that otherwise would not be possible. I think it's very clear that's what's going on now that I look at it carefully. Yeah, because a lot of this would not be possible if projectiles were in any way active. Let's give myself a little bit more space, and then, yeah. Okay. And look at this Rocky Wrench not giving us quite enough space for the dash up to the 50 coin, but we'll manage, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a mix of the night theme enemy mechanics And yeah, sure, we'll just set all of you on fire. And total lack of projectiles, just making this surprisingly manageable. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the core of this entire concept, is just to get that projectile limit stuffed up. See what you can do. I'll have to think about that and look over some of this later, I think, because it certainly looks like that was the point of what Lemmy was doing at the very start. Looks like we have a pipe that's going to take us to true ending. That's pretty much going to be it. Simple. Oh, that's not going to be it. That's going to be significantly longer. So Lemmy is going to stuff all those balls in that one spot there, and then what's happening here? So we want the P-switch to be activated, don't we? Because that will create this massive drop down below. There is, of course, also the POW block up there. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Got all those balls rolling over. I feel like I am supposed to go down there. I mean, theoretically... No, there's a one-way panel. Never mind. Okay, so phase 2, we have Roy and a lot of one-way panels. Hey, this is neat that you have an entire bonus segment that's hidden behind the coins. Really a significant part of the level. I'm quite glad we managed to see it. That's why it's worthwhile to do optional content, so you never know how much of it there will be. Okay, 86 seconds remaining. And we'll just let the bombs lead us down a little further. No projectiles off of any of these guys, which is, once again, convenient. I don't see why we can't just skip Ludwig then. Indeed, skip Morton as well. I mean, nobody's firing at us, so... Yeah, a neat little segment at the end. Once again, to show off how that Lemmy tech is working in terms of generating all those balls at once. And yeah, that is very much the concept of this level. It's Lemmy the pacifier. Lemmy pacifies everybody else. Yeah, we'll do one more from General BB's list. I had a puzzle level that I marked out earlier. Very few plays on this bombshell mansion. The bombs jam everything. It's dark as night here. Please get rid of them, so... Let's see what this is all about. Hey, Menu Menamana, welcome back. It's been a while. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, reach the goal after defeating all 74 bombs. It does say all bombs, so we'll keep that in mind as we don't worry too much about the 300-second timer. Okay, dropping the mushroom is going to do a massive scroll break over here. What does this do? Probably not much. Okay. Lights up the night a bit. Okay, thankfully not locking me in place. I feel like I should check the upper segment. Obviously the P-switch downstairs is where I should be looking. P-switch downstairs will eventually take me up here. Let's, yeah, I'm gonna break all this first. Looks like there will be a little bit of non-linear exploration here anyway, just to get rid of all the bombs accordingly. Missed our chance at that, but... Okay. Nope, that was a bad idea. Let's go back downstairs, see if we can do something about that P-switch. Yes, we can. Whoops. Through the door we go. And yeah, not such a big deal that this got blocked up. Wow, this is quite a layout. We have been there previously. That just kind of took us through. and took us through without actually taking out any additional bombs, so I do wonder what the point of that switch layout was. Takes out 9 bombs there. Yeah, it looks like as you blow up more of the level, as you construct some of those passageways, that is what increases the bomb counter as things steadily get destroyed. So let's leap up off the next spike ball and see what we can do here. Ah, okay, curious. Okay, Cape Whip might create something interesting for us. I don't know if flight is actually going to take us anywhere interesting. Oh, fire flower, that's interesting. No idea what that would be for. Let's grab the fire anyway. That seems like it might be interesting progression in some mysterious way. Okay, there we go. Got out at last. And we'll bust some of this up for later reference. Okay, got a pipe there that looks roughly interesting. Don't really know what that drop on the right side was all about. But... okay, looks like dropping the gooms is going to be the idea here. And we have a P-switch. Not going to take us anywhere too interesting. Okay. Anything on the lower level? Huh, interesting. Okay, so looks like... ah, whatever. Okay. Key door. Interesting. Whoops. Got a stick there. Let's go through this pipe then. Very tangled layout, this one overall. Definitely some thwomping going on up top. That's fairly unambiguous. Oh, whoops. Definitely a lot of routing to think about. I don't think that the lower passage, or the P-switch passage rather, gave us anything interesting apart from the fire flower though, so... obtaining the P-switch does not appear to do very much for us. Okay. Although we can use the cape to deflect the spike ball, that's actually, I think that's potentially interesting. Is there anything down here? We have not checked. Yes, there is. Okay. Yeah, some of this we might have looked at previously. Ah, yes, just back here. Okay. Definitely a little bit of a tangled maze, but let's just try to get back to where we were earlier to get up to, I think it was 24 out of 74. That has been our record so far. And believe that requires us to get through the pipe. Okay. 24 so far, 25. 25, interesting. It's one more than we had at this point previously, and I wonder where that extra bomb detonation was coming from. Okay, nothing but the key door on the left side. Okay. No additional bomb detonations there. I don't really know what's going on with that, to be honest. But it looks like we have a whole bunch of bomb detonations up here that will depend on dropping something into this slot. Perhaps taking a Goomrat through from the previous segment, in fact. May very well be. I want to take a Goomrat through. I don't know if that sounds like a good solution. No, that was several rooms ago. I doubt that's going to be the idea. And what's going on here? Mushroom. Okay. Guess we'll try to loop around somehow. That does allow us to head upstairs. That does, or should, allow us to trigger a side flop. No? Guess not. However... yeah, I might be able to knock things over somehow. Well, that's rather rhythmic, but it doesn't actually do much for us, I'm afraid. Now, does the mushroom change anything? Well, first of all, it allows more objects to spawn. I was going to grab this guy, which would then allow me to drop an object in here. There we go. Okay, that's actually rather satisfying. Significant boost in the number of bombs we've eliminated. Although with not much time remaining in this level, and so... however, lots of bombs over here, so perhaps this will actually be all we need to proceed, given that we're at 66 out of 74. What does this do? Okay, let's just take the POW. And see what's up. Oh yeah, one more. And we are done. Okay. A little bit tangled. I think it's one of those levels where telling me to clear all bombs at clear condition isn't necessarily going to be that instructive simply because we take out so many of the bombs as massive clusters. Yeah, I think that's a fairly decent sample from General BB. Yeah, definitely very interesting projectile limit manipulation in this one, and a fair bit of musicianship going on in Song of Storms, so we'll see what new shenanigans we have on offer from General BB with the 4YMM level that is going to be incoming. So, in the meantime, let's look at somebody else. Going to bring up some levels next by... let's see. Going to be another music maker, and one who has occasionally submitted to this stream before. And let's see if I can pull this up. HG, okay. Hey, Ninetails. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's take a look at Cardboard. Just going to take a look at a few music levels here. Cardboard is somebody who's also pretty involved with the music level community, and this was his level for Composer, when Composer quite recently made a Twitch partner, which is an event I missed, but I guess it happened pretty much around the same time as the 3.0 patch, so we'll take a look at Composer and Circumstance and see if it actually is Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance or some other music entirely. Sure, we'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, it's been a while since I've played some Cardboard levels. Did occasionally have a few, but
So, it's something interesting going on with the on-off states, perhaps. We'll find out what's going on. Yeah, it's going to iterate through the music again. A little bit of development in the instrumentation. We're being a little bit slow here, unfortunately. Not quite beating the auto-scroll speed. Exact 10%? Not when I'm done with this, it won't be. Not going to hold up that way for very long. The way that we're playing. No, whoops. Like I was saying. Well, I mean, if I get it in exactly 10 attempts, then maybe that will hold after all, but until then, we'll see what we can do to ruin the roundedness of that number. Totally reduce it to wreckage. Okay. Nope, missed that jump. I'm doing alright. Hope you are well. On your end, also. Yeah, I've been trying to reconfigure the streaming schedule a little bit. It did mean that we did viewer levels a little less than usual this week. I think I only ran it twice. Whereas previous weeks we had done 3 fairly chunky sessions a week. But some things with the schedule will need to change anyway, because we are heading into Paper Mario fairly soon, and that's something I'll be likely streaming alongside Mario Maker. And of course, this whole time we are also featuring the 4YMM levels as they come in weekly, so far, for the first week we did that on Tuesday, and that's likely going to be the case this week as well. And here is the main part of Pomp and Circumstance, as the graduation ceremony for composer being elevated from affiliate to partner. You know, I actually did play this in my high school symphonic band way back when. Of course, we will all sit down and accompany the graduation ceremony, and it was a massive graduation class, and so we would have to play this part of Pomp and Circumstance over and over in shifts. We basically had to rest up between iterations, let the person beside us take over. And it doesn't awe for some reason, I don't know why. No, because the P-switch is still going. Oh, no, the P-switch. Okay, okay. We probably should have started activating this much earlier to see what was going on, except no, it just forces you to the flag. So, I don't know what it was there that we could have done differently. We may have actually elevated the clear rate above the initial 10%. Yeah, bumped it up slightly. Oh no, it's still 10.00, but that's because we've got a ton of plays on this thing, and so we barely moved the needle when it came to the sample size. So let's take a look at another music level by Cardboard. Yeah. Quite a ways behind in terms of catching up on Cardboard. We saw an early version of Non-Suspicious Music, of course, and back then I think it was a lot less played and therefore a lot less suspicious. Let's take a look at I'm a pokey girl in a snowy world. Composer told me snow pokies are his favorite sound, so I made this for him. I don't know if that's actually going to be the tune that's implemented here, to the tune of 6%, but we will find out very quickly. Yeah, Paper Mario, I mean, you know, I am fine with the series continuing to experiment. I do hope that the experiments are a little more interesting than in the last 2 games. I mean, I didn't mind Color Splash, but Color Splash was like a good version of a concept that was not great to begin with. Like, Color Splash is what happens if you take a flawed concept and do it much better than how it was initially presented back in Sticker Star. And yeah, this is totally the Aqua Barbie song. I would hum along, except I know that my mic and my capture card delay are not really in sync, and that it would probably turn out to be a disaster. And I know this from experience, because we had in fact tried this with another music level. Unfortunately, not singing along to this, but we'll just kind of, you know, step to the beat, I guess. Yeah. While definitely a very densely packed music level in the kind of old-fashioned Mario Maker 1 style, where you're platforming within a fairly narrow corridor that's mostly about dodging. I know a lot of this is probably to show off the snow pokey instrumentation, as was specified in the level description. Not being a music level maker, I actually haven't played around too much with being able to recognize what instruments are attached to each of the individual elements in Mario Maker. Mario Maker 2, rather. Anyway, pretty good sequencing all over. And even some pretty interesting dodging to keep us on our toes along the way. Yeah, I do love how the Pokies are jumping to the beat. They're very excited at this. Okay, here we go. And here we go. Okay. You know, I didn't really pay much attention to pop music like Aqua back when it was current. I mean, I still wouldn't claim to know it particularly well now, but it was sort of interesting to revisit this particular track not long ago and discover that it was actually, from a production side, very well built, I guess. And I say that as somebody who is generally a little bit disdainful of a lot of what goes on in pop music, in terms of it, you know, being formally a little bit dull for me. But okay, this is an auto segment. It's an auto scroll anyway, and of course we're just going to fail the auto segment because that's what we do. But it is a legitimately pretty good track. Okay, we'll just kind of rest here and let this auto play. Yeah, I really like how the baseline is being filled out here. Nice little backbeat to it as well. And yeah, it truly is auto. It's just going to take me over that pokey. Not going to try too hard to break it, given that we are constrained by the auto scroll speed anyway. And everything is kind of constrained by the spikes, and that's just going to land you directly on top of the goal pole. Okay, I am going to pull up something a little bit bigger now. And we'll hopefully be able to get through it. Was planning to run a world. Specifically, Mega Tefit's world, which started being uploaded back in June. See these massive course titles kind of built right into the title screens, which we will of course not see when I play them in a world format. And it's only 10 levels, so we'll see if we can actually get through the whole thing in one sitting. And then I'll see if I have time for anything else afterwards. It will depend, of course, on how quickly I manage to get through these. Just give me a moment. I actually am going to change some of my stream info to reflect. I'm going to be working on a world for a bit. And yeah, let's see how many lives we're given at the beginning. I will make a determination then based on difficulty, whether we try to just run the whole thing in one sitting today, or if we will in fact try to obey game over as we occasionally like to. But with only 10 levels, I think that we're all kind of in the 1 to 2% range. I think it should be fairly manageable. Now we can see that we have a starting bank of a number of lives that is equivalent to my viewer's favorite Shakespeare sonnet. And 999 plays at the start and a fairly swift drop-off after that, so either everybody was really hooked or everybody just failed. Okay, here's a buzzy flight. First, I'll have to remember that lives may... Oh, whoops. Actually matter here. As I, of course, slip off the buzzy in a totally trivial jump up to the on-off switch. Okay. Pretty manageable so far, as long as we don't just miss the on-off switch every time we see one. I suppose around this time as well, and this will probably interest you, Electric Dude, that did last week, that I would expect some of the batch of 4YMM codes to be kind of going up in the next few hours as well. I think we're kind of within the upload window for people who are real keeners who want to get on that and snag those records and see if they hold as long as last week's. I am, of course, going to probably wait until Tuesday to play them, as I did last week. I think that turned out to work fairly well. Because by then, I mean on the Sunday and the Monday, most of the eyeballs were on the super big streamers anyway. And yeah, I also got to take my time a bit and do all the cake runs at my own pace. So that's likely to be a time slot that will repeat. That will use Tuesday daytime, so that is going to be the 1 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central European slot to run 4YMM Batch 2, and then we'll probably take the late night slot to do any kind of overflow if we get jammed in a particular level or a puzzle or a cake hunt again. And tag some viewer levels along with that at the end. That was pretty much the pattern we found last Tuesday to Wednesday, and it seemed to function pretty adequately, so that's the current plan. We'll obviously have to adjust around Paper Mario when that comes out. Yeah, kind of nice that at this point in the stream, or at this point in the development of the channel, that I do have some of you folks just kind of willing to hang out and lurk. And when I'm not doing something quite as big and social as viewer levels all the time. Looks like we definitely did need the bomb in that slot anyway, which we missed last time, and therefore failed to lower the blaster. Okay. Pretty straightforward, actually. So as long as we bounce on things on the right side when it matters, as it does with the Koopa shells and the bombs. That's really the main technical check in this level, of course. Not slipping off the buzzies and hitting the on-off switches accurately will perhaps be a bigger part of it. No, really do need to just trust that Thwomp to beat us to the Muncher. And I am eating through lives rather quickly, and that may be a bit of a concern as we go, but... Okay, that was a bit of a surprise. I do need to jump in order to raise that buzzy. It took me a moment to just remember the buzzy mechanics when it comes to which ones fall and which ones lift. That's something you would think is deeply ingrained by now, given how central it is to even the mainline games, like in the NSMB series, which uses that quite often. But yeah, having the big buzzy hop out in that spot, I think, was maybe something that took a little bit of adjustment and still does. Okay, we'll actually watch it this time out. Yeah, I just need to kind of nudge my way up that spot. Whoops. Burning way too many attempts here. Well, this is going to be a world that's about 10 levels long, so if we're kind of fairly cautious about things like acquiring 1-ups, and cautious about not failing at the simple things, then don't give us too much trouble. I wonder if I can just dash across. Not very well. I think I do need to raise that buzzy a little bit before I can continue. That'll require a couple of short bounces, but yeah, height restriction with those spikes is definitely a slight concern. Definitely looks as though I am supposed to jump over to the next buzzy after that, but I feel like I'm not quite reading that accurately just yet. Needed a nice full jump there, and maybe a full jump off the buzzy once it shows up, just to get a tiny bit of extra height. Now, looks like I really do just clip right into the muncher there. Actually, no, I just need to ride it. What am I doing? Totally overthinking this thing. Because it initially bobbed down. Yeah, I just need to trust this thing. Yeah, just need to trust this thing. Look at that. Totally overthinking it as usual. That Zappa-Koopa, I think, kind of caught us by the surprise there. That's right near the gate, so we'll be finished with this one pretty quickly. Okay. Nope, just needed to stay low. Not jump off the next buzzy when we land there. Let the Zappa-Koopa do its zapping. Right, here we are. Yeah, trying to overcompensate a bit for that, I think. At least we do get the set of 2 1-ups at the end to make up for some of the more disastrous moments we've experienced so far. No, I need to hop right over to the next buzzy, and I do have time to do so. Of course, that attempt was pretty much life neutral because I had collected the 1-up at the end. The previous attempt just now, not so much. That was terrible. Needed to bounce it on the other side entirely. Now, given the amount of time spent on clearing this though, assuming that the difficulties and the lengths are fairly standardized across this world, I do think it is realistic to clear it all, perhaps with one continue. I am going to try to make it through the whole thing, if I can. Forgetting that I do not get a bounce off the Big Buzzy, I do need to pretty much jump off it right away when I arrive, if I want any chance of beating the timing on that Zappa Mechacuba. So, let's pop that switch once again. There we go. Okay, so that's one down. We expended about 20 lives on that one, which is perhaps not encouraging, but is still above par, I think, given that that would be a completion rate on my part of about 5%, which is above expectations. Okay, heading up to the airship next. Among the fraction of people who made it that far in the world instead of just giving up at the very start. So here's surfing on enemies. Okay, it looks like it is going to require SMB2. I believe this is just going to be a pick up and throw marker. Oh, and then we probably have to ride the Goomba down. Hey, man, welcome. We played the car level on stream a little earlier today. Get out of the car. So that was a very satisfying experience, to be sure. Yeah, I have a lot more of your levels to catch up on. I actually did try interstellar travel off stream when it came up earlier in the week and failed miserably. Did manage to figure out the central mechanic, just didn't manage to progress very consistently with it. But thanks for coming by regardless. We've been showing off the Week 2 4YMM makers throughout the stream, and finishing up with Mega Tefit's entire world now. Okay, we have to shuffle the Goomba over. Do that a little bit faster than how we were doing that earlier, so. This, of course, immediately reminds me of that one Lecter level that is all about chaining the SMB2 throws. Whoops. You're happy if people get at least one jump in that level? Yeah, I actually did manage to make it past the first segment and understand roughly how it's supposed to go. Certainly took a little while to figure out the shell pattern for that, but you know, it was satisfying to puzzle that out and gradually arrive at some sense of what was going on. So yeah, really looking forward to your 4YMM upload. We're not going to be playing the new batch tonight because I think Kavik wants to save them to debut on his own stream in a couple of hours. But I'll be playing the whole set on Tuesday. evening EU time, afternoon NA time. So, I'm sure you'll have lots of plays to look at by then. Oops. Okay. We did get the checkpoint. So we'll just resume from this segment over here. Fairly lengthy and gentle attempts so far, at least. Okay, just need to do everything accurately. That was not it. I needed to go down immediately and ride something over and throw it. I didn't understand what was going on with the POW there. I thought it's probably supposed to hit it, but... nope, that's wrong. Yeah. Okay, that part perhaps did not go so well. Nope, that's not really going to go. Okay, here we are. What are the... Oh, the arrows are telling me to get on top of the POW. Yeah, no, I see. I understand it now. The arrows tell me to go up to the left and back down, and therefore to ride the POW. That is now clear to me in a way that it initially was not, and now that I look at it, I don't think there really was a better way to signal it, so... I do think that's fair. Nope, that's wrong. I see, because it's going to bump us over, and then if we still have SMP2 at that point, we can use the POW to get rid of the muncher, and then we have a mole throw in the next segment, similar to the Goomba throw at the start, and that will carry us just a little bit further. Okay. Round up the POW, we'll just surf that thing, as the title of the level suggests. Land. 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 Maybe grab that 30 coin. And miss the switch. And have a very gentle descent to our doom. Okay, I do understand at this point how that entire pattern is supposed to work. Okay. And yeah, let's... around. 30 coin, hit this accurately for once. Now that's a very satisfying little pattern there, the way that it's synchronized. No, 50 coin was kind of a piece of bait, had to swing back around fairly quickly to get on top of the mole again, so that could have worked out quite a bit better. Nope. Okay. Now, I actually don't have any idea, or at least don't have any recollection of what style of level we're getting from Megatefit. So, that's definitely something to look out for, given that they have history of a really wide range of level styles and difficulties, including a lot of easy difficulty item chasing levels. Some other neat gimmicks here and there, so definitely looking forward to seeing what the new one is going to be like. Alright, let's keep going. I always love the extended throw animations here as the enemies like the moles just keep rolling and rolling. Always very satisfying to watch. Yeah, that little Boo pattern there, actually pretty interesting. And a nice little one-up at the end as a bit of a treat for getting into the checkpoint. So, once again, looks like we'll need to race it. Okay, did not really expect the deflection there. I was wondering how I was going to reach the on-off, and seems to be it. Bounce up. Okay. Pretty well signaled, actually, considering. That was clearly wrong. That was clearly wrong. The arrows, in fact, suggest you to crouch. Probably do the SMB2 high jump out of that, so. Just try to do that properly this time. Oops. And maybe not totally exhaust our bank of lives, which is getting down into the 30s now. So I think a continue is pretty much going to be an inevitability as we try to get through all of this world. I kind of suspected that would be the case when I scouted out some of the clear rates, which tend to be mostly in the 1 to 2% range, but you know, sometimes it's difficult to estimate how that translates into the expenditure of lives that you have in a world's context, simply because that would depend on how readily the one-ups are dispensed. And we have been getting one-ups at a fairly regular pace. This was, of course, a series of levels that was very much designed around the expectation of the world format, given that all the uploads scheduled back in June, and it's going to be a whole pile of one-ups at the end for us there. Okay, that was surfing on enemies. Let's move on. Now, I think we are going to probably need to squeeze as much of this bank of one-ups as we're able to obtain. Of course, ideally, I do like to do things in a single segment and make the live system a little bit more meaningful than how people normally take it, but I sort of have accepted, given the clear rates, that we'll be probably spending one continue before we are done. Hopefully not more than one, depending on how far back that sets us when it comes to the checkpointing. So here is 1-3, Mr. Lava Mask. Looks like that's going to be a long jump. We're going to be a little bit too slow on that. Yeah, too slow. Given a thwomp setup there, I completely expect that to be a Goomba mask. Comes out of the question block. I'm correct. Okay. Propeller hat. Like it's going to be a bit of a hat extravaganza. Kind of lost track for a moment of how the bullet hat input was going to work. Yeah, the thing about the 3D World hats is that you definitely saw a lot of these variety levels pretty much right away as people try to make use of all the hats at once, particularly people who don't work in the 3D World style very often. And not saying that's the case of Megatefid, of course, who does have plenty of experience in every style, 3D World included, and indeed has created some incredibly popular 3D World levels in the past. Whoops. And yeah, we were at the start, okay. Kind of making a judgment there as to whether to hit restart, and we probably should have in order to fudge our way around the life counter. People have uploaded a level, okay, well, enjoy, have at it. Let me know if there is anything that is particularly impressive that I should be looking forward to. I play-tested, I think maybe thinking at least one, maybe two of the ones from this week, if I'm trying to recall. So, most of it is going to be blind to me. And that should be an experience. Yeah, I certainly saw that. You got a lot of mileage out of optimizing numerous levels from the first week's set, so... Definitely appreciating the curation of the program so far in terms of the thought that has been put into the level order and variety. I think that the playtesting was really borne out by that band of clear rates that we had in the first week's levels, with a pretty sizable chunk of them falling in that sort of mid-expert comfort range. And of course, Bufflin's level hitting the usual Bufflin difficulty is actually shocking how reliable his difficulty estimate is. In terms of kind of nailing that 1.5% pocket with almost every single thing he makes. I'm impressed with that, with Bufflin's levels, more than anything, that the clear rates tend to come out as so standardized. I think very few makers can do that with as much consistency. I mean, Megatefid kind of does that with some of the levels here. Obviously, he has a very wide range of styles, but when it comes to this sort of platforming style, it seemed like the clear rates on a lot of these levels that were in the world were actually overall very consistent, but I find it very difficult to estimate sometimes, depending on who you think your audience is going to be. Okay, I need to actually remember to float and pump some fuel. Bullet hat. It's been a while since I've used a bullet hat. I'm just have to adjust to the mechanics again. I've not really seen it that often. So sometimes there's a bit of input confusion when I get back into it for the first time in a while. Yeah, no, it's just a jump button, but you need to gain a little bit more height with it and really hug the ceiling with the repeller. The repeller box. A little bit of lag time there again. Kind of unfortunate. Yeah, burning way too many attempts, but we are still in the early part of the level, so it's not too much of a concern. Oh, whoops. I have to remember to really hold jump into that. I think I have to hold jump pretty much right away. Or hold jump going into that in order to have an instant boost before I lose any height. That's something that... just a habit I need to drill. How did I completely miss? I just missed. Okay. Fine. Okay. On we go. Okay. Lost a little bit of time on the lava there, and thankfully that was not too much of a concern. Whoops. Okay, that was kind of blown. We needed to really push that bully, get right up in that slot, spin the bullet hat all the way to the right so we can break through the bricks. Yeah, definitely a level that you just take one hat at a time, and all while missing all of these very lucrative bonus coins. Alright, let's see how we do. Yeah, wasn't too bad to burn one propeller shot there because I knew I was going to land immediately after. No. Trying to get up around the bully, and that did not work at all. Someone took the record, okay. Which level is it you're working on? Whose level, rather? I mean, if somebody's taking that record already, it just means that it's never really destined to last in the long run. Okay, we need to do something about the rocket interaction with the bully. I am clearly not pushing it hard enough. I feel like I need to give it another push for sure, that the first collision is not going to be enough to get me over, and that a rebound in fact causing quite a lot of trouble, so. Oh, direction detection, okay. Somebody did manage to get it. That is incredible. I am impressed that somebody actually did manage to optimize it even further than you did, given how tight you seem to have that thing down already. Yeah, I guess if you were busy with Minecraft, it's probably your first time logging in a few days to see what had gone on with all that. Okay, we need to figure this out. This bully is causing issues. I think maybe I should not run into it with the bullet. I think I just need to walk straight up to it and get around that way. Oh, whoops, mistake. Yeah, walk straight up to it, maybe long jump into it to give it a big push. Land and long jump, perhaps. Down to 16 lives as I try to figure out the method for how that's going to go. Kind of impressed that somebody actually did look at the record that you had set for direction detection and think to themselves, okay, you know what, I'm actually going to push that and I'll try to break it. But some players are quite serious about hunting for as many of those record times as they can, so you never know to what lengths they will go. No, I really have to let up before that point. Yeah, no, it's increasingly clear to me and that holding the bullet for that long is just not going to work. Need to almost certainly push the bully with a long jump. Same strat, but more optimized to boss. Yeah, hitting Larry accurately there did seem to be something that would be a major potential stopping point. I think that would kill a lot of runs. I was trying to let up here and it's still too late. Need to let up on the bullet pretty much above the last red block. And given how this level is going so far, we probably have a
couple of the other 3D World box hats to go. Still haven't seen the POW hat for one. Nope, trying to let up before that and still not enough. Okay. Slightly RNG, it certainly looked like it, yes. Okay. Okay, I managed to get it for once. There we go at last, and that's going to be a checkpoint followed by, predictably, the POW hat. That was not how I expected that to go. I saw a down arrow, and I tried to do the ground pound, and that is not the answer. I need to expend the POW hat some away, probably here. That's going to get me through here, and that'll allow me to reserve one POW shot, but I really do need to fire the cannon hat right away. Okay. Up we go. Oh, 2 shots, yeah. I see. And I missed the first shot. Whoops. Slid right off the pipe. Now, given that it's just going to iterate between the 5 box hats, I think that's likely going to be as much as we need to deal with. Which is perhaps fortunate, as we are heading down to 12 lives. And, oh, okay, no, too slow. Somehow missed a wall jump. Yeah, definitely some right timings here and there. And on we go. Okay. Didn't really manage to get the 50 coin there. Okay. Poor timing on my part. Holding down dash button for the long shot on the cannon boxes. Maybe potential problem, but I think the cooldown time is right to make that happen, though. Okay, just barely made it, in spite of the fact that we barely used the bullet hat as prescribed. Okay. That segment went well. Okay. Yeah, just need to not ram into the bully once again. Whoops. Got my inputs confused for a moment thanks to the bullet hat. Okay. Resetting the timer a bit. Segments like that always helps. Nope, nope, that was right. I just overshot slightly as the bully was sinking, because once he starts to sink, I no longer have that collision. Thrown off a little bit by hard work. I got it.
Losing the bullet there is almost certainly wrong. Yeah, we do need it in this segment. Oh, thank you very much for the raid, Panda Anime. Let me give you a bit of a shout out here. As I totally blow the timing for this round of the room that we were working on. Hope you had a good stream on your side as well. Yeah, thank you for dropping by and bringing some viewership over. I think, you know, even between small streamers, every little bit counts when it comes to introducing our crews to each other. Okay, going to lose the bullet hat once again. Okay, that's going a little bit smoother. Not that it helps us as we reset the timing going into this segment here. Yeah, that is not really working out. However, I don't need to go that early with a bullet hat to begin with, I think. It could be that there's something to that interaction between the bullet hat and the bully that I'm not really understanding in terms of how to control it. And hey, Pablo, welcome back. And yeah, it's going well. Once again, Panda Anime, thank you for dropping by. I take it we're probably doing Mario Maker as well, given that you brought the name B Pablo along with you. Yeah, hope your stream was going well on your side. Just in the middle of running a world by Mega Tepid, who is one of the featured makers in this week's edition of 4YMN. And yeah, I hope you got some good submissions on your viewer level stream. Whoops. Okay, down to 4 lives. We're almost certainly going to get kicked out with a game over by the time we finish this, and I'll have to retrace the first 2 segments of this level, and that's fine. We'll do it. We'll manage. I think I got most of the timings sorted out for that part of the level anyway, I guess. Okay. Totally did have time to grab that 30 coin. Okay. And that was the right idea, I just missed a door. But going late is way better, feels much better. Okay. What did I say about going late? Completely missed my own advice. It's gonna be a game over, and so we'll just redo what we've seen so far and hopefully recover our position quickly. Okay, 1 game over. Maybe a bit sooner than I expected, given that we're not out of 1, and indeed not even past the 3rd level, but we'll take that reset back to 69 lives. Yeah. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Hope to see you around. Okay. Yeah, Cats definitely seemed like one of the tougher makers to contend with. The Cats level that we showed off at the beginning of the stream was actually the tower defense one. Thank you for the follow. Panda Anime will certainly try to look into your stream at some point and perhaps catch you at a time that you're open. Yeah, Cats is probably the makers that was seen so far that has the most precision-oriented background, which worries me a little bit, given That, I mean, I know kind of like truly precision level is not something that would make it into 4YMM because it's not like the relevant quality control people would take it, but yeah, definitely on the high end of difficulty, I think, given precedent in terms of what Katz's style is like as a maker. I mean, I did a tower defense level, which was not a precision level by any means, but it was certainly one that was a little bit more oriented towards fighting off potential RNG. And yeah, I was scanning over Katz's clear rates, and a lot of that stuff, I mean, it would be doable, but it would be perhaps a little outside what I would do in a session like this one. Okay, still running into that too soon. Like, the momentum here is really quite something. Fairly precise, but more so fast. Okay. I guess I'll have to watch out for that one. Particularly because I have been insisting on hunting for all of the cakes. I haven't missed one so far, and I really do not intend to start now, but both Cats and Space Pig coming in this week will see how it goes. But I mean, as we saw earlier in the stream, Space Pig does know how to make an easy level from time to time, so when it comes to a contribution for a project of this scale, I'm actually not too worried about whatever he had to show off. Doesn't have a single indicator? Okay, well. I mean, we'll see how readable I find it. Because, as you know, unless it comes to things where I really don't want to guess the position, like the shell throws and so on, I don't tend to be too indicator dependent anyway. But for something really fast, I can understand why that would be a concern. Because I think it's often with some of those fast levels where zoning out and just kind of paying attention to the indications rather than the level details can often get you quite far. This is really quite a lot of momentum off the bullet hat. Just an astonishing amount of momentum. I really feel like there's something to the bullion bullet hat that maybe I'm just doing wrong. That maybe letting up early is not the answer. And going full speed into it is not the answer either, so what could it be? Because you get such a massive rebound. See, that just pushes you all the way there, pushes you multiple squares. You just cannot afford to hit that thing at all. The thing I could do is try to ground pound out of it. I think maybe ground pounding out of it might actually be the best solution. Be a little bit of a delay. I don't know if I can afford the time, but the thing is, getting hit is the major obstacle right now, and the thing that I should be trying to plan around. No, I'm too slow on that. Yeah, I need to let up much earlier on the gas. Yeah, I didn't expect the bullies to be quite that punishing in terms of how many squares back they would knock you. Because that is a significant deflection. Nope, and it just runs over and hits you. Yeah, that's... Hey, Schuler12345, hello, welcome to the stream. And okay, let's see if we can actually get that bullet landing a little more neatly this time. I really feel like I'm doing this wrong the whole time. That there has to be some better way to cancel out of the bullet in such a way that would push the bully back all the way. Maybe the issue is that I'm letting up on the gas at all. I might just burn one attempt on Trying something. Can I play 5 levels of yours? I'll see. I'm currently in the middle of a world, and I might be taking much longer on this one. This is not officially a viewer level stream. I do run viewer levels most of the week. So if you catch me then, you'll have a much better chance of seeing that. I do play people's super worlds, and I do play levels in sequence, so if you want to show me 5 levels all at once, like that, we will be able to accommodate you then. Currently, though, I am already in the middle of a super world, and this one is going to take me probably quite a while longer. I would expect I'm staying on this for maybe at least the next hour, if not more. So. But thank you for dropping by regardless. If you leave a follow, you'll be able to find me when I do run the viewer level streams later in the week. I think there is sometimes a bit of an assumption that everybody who's kind of lower down on the viewer list in the Mario Maker category is going to be running viewer levels. And, I mean, I can see why that assumption is made, but I think people are also fairly clear about when they're doing it and when they're not, in terms of running the Q-bot. Okay. Got it, finally. Yeah, both of those bullet spots are respectively the toughest things about this level by far. And that makes me think I'm misunderstanding something. Oh, no. Got trapped. A little bit too slow. Yeah, I figured he'd be gone already. But I mean, when it comes to viewer level submissions, we know how it goes. That's how people will do it, and you know, you see a lot of those code droppers even when you are actually running viewer levels, and I think you very quickly develop a picture of who's going to be reliable. Okay, so far so good here. Yeah, reading that order quickly does matter quite a bit, of course. And going to slide in very gracefully. And that's going to be a flagpole right there. Okay, great. And we actually built the bank of lives back up to 68, so a net loss of 1 after the reset that we had worked out rather well. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, actually. Oh, still on Katz's level, I take it. Okay, so there's going to be an optional level as well as a castle. Of course we're doing the optional level. That's very much the point. Okay, so here's a bonus. This is Get a Life for D. The goal after picking up one up mushroom. Oh, I love the transformation of the opening screen. Now, of course, Get a Life is Mega Tefit's longest running series, most popular series. And yeah, that's just kind of tricking you out to think that you'll get that one up. Here, that's going to trick you out as well to make you think that's a possibility, and of course it won't be. Yeah, that's a nice little trap. Yeah, so it is basically just kind of a bit of a cutscene level where you miss one chance for a one-up after another. One shot of the last section, oh wonderful. Looking forward to that one. That sounds like it's going to be a bit of an intense experience, and it'd be nice to have something fall into that category. Yeah, that one up over there is going to play tricks on you as well. So is that one. These ones. And we'll just wait for this one to open. Check this, might as well. That's a big. Eh. Yeah, just a lot of one-up denial all over the place. I remember that early on in Mario Maker 2, and that there was a level that worked just like this that was also based around it, just denying the player any coins. And yeah, these are very perfectly made for popular. There's a whole series of these, and I think one of them has like 100,000 plays or something. That doesn't surprise me. So there are cutscene levels with a lot of dynamism and something unique. That's not gonna fly. It's gonna give you a yay, and the yay is not gonna do anything because, of course, we'll just move on. But yeah, perfectly made for popular. I very much agree, and that's a no. Just one denial after another. Now the thing is, oddly enough, we're grabbing enough coins that this is actually a pretty useful bonus level when it comes to increasing our bank of lives. And then we'll have a little bit of a cutscene here where it looks like you are trapped and everything is just going to destroy what is around you and land you right on the flag. And so, yeah, this is popular bait in the extreme. It is, to be fair, quite well made. But I think Megatefet has quite a bit of experience farming popular with stuff like that. It's kind of funny because in the context of an NG placement in this world, you only have 5 people who stopped here, but then I guess that's because it's a low number because it's an easy level, and because it's an easy level, you know, nobody stops their run there, they all continue, so might as well grab some of these extra bonus one-ups that are hidden behind the existing bonus cutscene level. Yeah, absolutely no doubt that was kind of popular bait, but I mean, I'm not somebody who plays endless, so, or popular chart for that matter, so don't really know what the metagame there is like. Usually I don't hear about what's going on in the popular charts until people start complaining about them and making parody levels. Like, I've seen more levels of making fun of the kind of refreshing subgenre than actual refreshing levels at this point, and I think before that it was probably true of some of the, you know, standard 20-second speed runs as well. But I think people who play off the popular charts just have a completely different experience of Mario Maker that bears almost no resemblance to my own. So here's a double trouble party. Okay. Nope, needed to bounce off that cannonball. I knew that it was supposed to, I just aimed at that very poorly, so. And that was just terrible timing. Let's actually let the cannonballs fire for once. Okay. Yeah, everything here is pretty easily readable so far. Very safe landing zone. Or that shell throw. Slightly bad timing coming off of that jump. This looks extremely manageable all around. Good traditional and hard levels get overshadowed by low effort gimmick levels? Yeah, I think that's probably true. It's sometimes easy to forget what the casual experience is like and just kind of lose touch with it. I think that's true of any game that has a serious community, of course. Well, is it the meta that is garbage, or is the meta a meta that is about making garbage? I think it's quite possible that those things are true, but you know, the thing is, I feel so well insulated from that stuff. Like, I just play either my viewer levels or levels of makers that I can trust or that other people have recommended to me, and just a great experience all around. I needed that to deflect that bomb to the right side. I mean, the sort of average quality of my Mario Maker experience, I think, has been very high, particularly because I remember what it was like to be playing Mario Maker 1 in a setting that was not so plugged into any kind of community, and how easy it was to burn out on that. So yeah, I actually did see well, Cardboard's level in terms of the platforming. I actually have not heard the music track yet. Basically, I playtested one particular thing, and that one needed to be checked, but I couldn't have my sound on at the time. And of course, it's a music level, so I missed most of the point of that level. But okay, I need to hold jump going into Yoshi in order to get a bounce that is high enough. Yeah, the Mecha Koopa timing on the lava there is a little bit strange on the third bounce, in terms of when it is still hittable. But I think short bounces are due to trick, and yes, they do. Oops. But yeah, no, I did hear that it was an Odyssey music level, and I think it was probably obvious from the title itself. But yeah, looking forward to that. Cardboard's music sequencing is quite often on point, so. It was quite fun of, the Cardboard sent me a multi-checkpoint level a little while ago that was basically a Zelda Temple music fest where, you know, you would go through little tribute segments to each of the Ocarina temples, and they would each play the associated Ocarina tune. And I remember thinking that one in particular was definitely one of the more interesting music levels I played, in terms of like really finding material that was a good match for not only the theming that was done, but also for the multi-checkpoint setup in general. Included your favorite parts of the soundtrack, okay. I wonder what that would be. So it's funny because I actually went out to a restaurant for the first time in months a couple days ago. I was meeting up with somebody who was an old friend, who actually was somebody who was kind of in that first generation of people doing academic scholarship about video game music, and wrote a master's dissertation on Mario music, actually. And this was kind of before there was as much institutional support or journal support as there is now for that field. Like, the field was much smaller back then. But anyway, he's in the middle of playing Odyssey for the first time right now, and I was challenging him to try to identify Koji Kondo's track in Odyssey, like the major contribution. He makes a number of minor contributions, and there are, of course, a lot of variations of the classic themes, as well as some new themes, like the airship theme from Maker 1, which shows up in Mainline Mario for the first time in the Odyssey soundtrack as the airship theme. But of course, there is one very prominent contribution to the soundtrack by Kondo-san, which you may be aware of. And, okay, so we have to fight Lemmy and Ludwig at once, and it's just a repeated on-off block setup that also requires us to manually lower the thwomp. Yes, that's right. Okay. Took me a moment to read this. Okay. Yeah, really love the multi-purpose use of the Lemmy balls here. And also the fact that there's a little bit of a manual activation involved, and so it's not just a matter of hitting on-off switches all day and all night. Okay, so here's a bit of a mushroom check. And bonus from, oh, you know what? I totally wanted to grab all of these because we are running a world and I want to minimize continues, but let's take a look at what's down here in the bonus room. Okay. And yeah, I do want a little bit of everything. So you just checked the top 10 popular levels. I cannot believe those refreshing levels are actually still at the top of the chart. It feels like people were making fun of that months ago and telling me how garbage they were. 3 refreshing levels, 3 gimmick levels, 3 music levels, and only 1 actual. Yeah. But, you know, that's how levels blow up, right? I think it may be a bit of a generational thing as well, but there are a surprising number of players who get angry at everything they can't finish and really feel entitled to beating every level they play. You know, they complain about things being too easy, but they also, when they play something that is too hard, just kind of say that, oh, that was unfair, or oh, that was blind, or oh, that was bad design, and they don't actually give things a proper chance. But I think your level of trust for an anonymous maker is very different when you're playing something like Endless, or indeed just going down a chart. Okay, so World 2, we are now in space. I think we're in space. God, look at that frog that is hanging out with Undo Dog. I actually didn't know that was part of the palettes that was available in the World Maker, but then I haven't played with the World Maker very much. Okay, let's move on. 75 lives, I think we can hold out for some time longer. Here's Goomrat Jump Cave. No, we needed to hit that block. That was obvious. And hitting that block launches the upper Goomrat position we need. Okay, short bounces. Was a little worried about the horizontal distance there, but short bounces are clearly the answer. That was a short bounce though, and it was falling a little bit short, so maybe it is a controlled jump. Either a controlled jump or I just need to get closer to the edge there. It is a very light sort of controlled jump. I don't know, I feel like that was a lot less pronounced among people who were around for the original games and who do remember, first of all, how hard SMB1 always was, and secondly, the sort of former mentality that you don't actually need to beat a game, or even beat a level to appreciate it. Like, I feel like people who kind of grew up around an arcade culture probably much more attuned to that. And you're right, you know, players have always had that divergence regardless of what generation they're from, but I think that there was much more tolerance of not finishing things. And it was much less common to see the end credits at all before people really started to have certain expectations about pacing that were shaped by increasingly frequent save states, checkpoints, etc. And you know, even the entire difficulty of the whole ROM hack scene is built around the expectation of save states and infinite lives. And was seen with Odyssey, and it makes sense for Odyssey being a bit of an exploration-based game that Nintendo's also kind of moving away from lives, and then, you know, people have, I think, a very different attitude towards what failure says about design and what it says about difficulty. I feel like I have that argument with people a lot when it comes to things like checkpointing, that, you know, I really don't mind marathon experiences that I'm not necessarily supposed to beat if the sense of progress is satisfying. But hey, Thomas B, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I do think that there is a kind of shift in how people deal with difficulty in video games, and that it may have been brought about, I think, also with the explosion of cinematic, so-called cinematic or story-based games as well, where people feeling like they need to see the end credits to get their money's worth if it's something that you're paying into is much more of a thing than it used to be. And then people will blame all kinds of stuff, you know, they'll just say, oh, I'm busy, I have 11 kids to feed, I don't have time to actually grind anything anymore, and I don't have time to be good at video games, or, you know, they start to make an argument about that kind of appeals to it being an accessibility issue for the disabled, which I think is a very separate consideration. Not the same thing as difficulty at all. And yeah, I do think that the sort of general attitude towards difficulty that you see in a lot of player bases has shifted quite a bit. And one of the results of that is that it becomes impossible to actually trust people when they talk about difficulty anymore. Like when they tell you that, oh, such and such a game is really hard. I mean, they're speaking from a range of experience that isn't going to be like yours at all, right? Unless it's somebody whose kind of sense of difficulty you really trust. You know, something like Mario Maker, when you have clear rates that are clearly displayed, that at least gives you some data to work with, even though, of course, that can be very misleading when it comes to things like puzzle levels or levels that are way out of the norm when it comes to length. But it still gives you a relatively objective measure where you can say, okay, my comfort zone is 0.5% or my comfort zone is 2%. And at least we are able to communicate about that. Or even with people who have their own kind of proprietary rating schemes, like, okay, my level is a Team Shell 2.5 or something, like, you know, at least the Team Shell people kind of roughly know what that means, even if they disagree on the actual points. But in general, I've found that when it comes to video games broadly, that people's word of mouth about difficulty, and this is really easy or this is really hard, has become completely unreliable. And it's something that just doesn't give me information at all. But You know, I mean, video games are old enough now that the diversity of people's level of experience going in is going to dramatically vary. And of course, one of the things about Mario Maker is that when people look at clear percentages, that like your intuitions about what percentage points mean is not necessarily going to be very good unless you've kind of played a lot of Mario Maker and understand what the percentage ranges are, right? That, you know, something like 5% is kind of mid-expert and very manageable for people who have played the standard Mario games. Something like 20%, most people are pretty much able to one-shot, just the occasional sloppiness. Like, something that's 80% is you literally can't die, except you really force yourself to time out or something. And then, when you don't come in with that intuition, like, all of those numbers seem like they're lowballing it, don't they? Yeah, a whole field in psychological studies dedicated to that, yes. And not just in psychology, but also just in statistics. That's... Yeah, people's intuitions about percentages are really bad. And it leads to, I think, a lot of unfortunate effects when it comes to how people just kind of talk casually about percentages when it comes to things like, you know, certain people really obsess over things like Metacritic review scores, for instance, and they still kind of think about percentages in terms of American high school grading systems, which of course have a very different percentage band than how people assign grades in, say, a European university, or the pass-fail rate in your average college engineering program, for instance. That, like, you know, the percentage points just mean something completely different. And it's kind of like that with Mario Maker, right? Like, I knew one very kind of bland, standard, traditional maker who just had all kinds of anxiety attacks because, you know, he would post his medium difficulty traditional stuff, and they would actually get a ton of plays and likes because they were medium difficulty traditional stuff, and then be just so anxious about it being, oh my goodness, 10%, it feels like this is too hard, I have to nerf it and re-upload, and I'm just looking at this guy and thinking, no, you really don't. Like, this stuff is empty enough already. Yeah, exactly, and that's... If people expect 90% to always work, I mean, that's sort of why people get kind of shocked at, you know, missing shots in XCOM all the time, or it's actually why Fire Emblem fudges the numbers. That's, you know, when you see 90% in Fire Emblem, it's actually curved up in favor of the player to reflect the fact that people's intuitions are massively different, because when you're playing a turn-based strategy game, you lose track of just how many shots you're taking, which was a very high number of shots, and which means that, you know, something like a 5 to 10% failure rate is extremely statistically significant. Nope. Didn't really watch that block there, but we are past checkpoint, I believe. Okay, yeah. Yeah, pretty easily readable so far. This... Okay. That on-off switch was a little bit off-camera this time. I really did need to trust markers, but wasn't quite clear on what I was aiming for the first time. I do see it now, though. No, just missed a jump. Sometimes I just expect to keep on bouncing, and... Oh, 10% is fantastic for a traditional level. I think, you know, for something that you're doing in the world format, in particular, with a limited bank of lives, 10% is probably just about right. It's the kind of content that's is exactly the sort of thing that would shine in Worlds or with a limited bank of lives in Endless, where there's a bit of tension, but would probably seem like it's a bit on the simple side when you play the level by itself. And so, I mean, 10% is basically what I would expect of, you know, medium worlds in the, like the middle worlds in a modern Mario game, like the middle worlds in SMBU, for instance. That's where I expect them to turn out. But, you know, if you've never really explored Mario Maker in depth, and you always just play out the popular charts, or you don't really pay attention to this game, like, 10% can sound excruciatingly low. Yeah, and yeah, still room to do something cool. I mean, you know, I have a lot of respect for makers who can create something in the 20 to 40% range and still make it look very interesting, and I have seen that. Levels where, you know, they don't really kill you, they don't really have anything that punishing, but which still give you the chance to feel like you are proactively initiating some kind of very unique interaction. I think there is a very fine skill set there when it comes to designing a level that can serve that purpose, where easy players can enjoy it, but players who like to see neat maker tricks can also enjoy it. Not really sure how this pattern is going to go, except it looks like I'm supposed to hit the middle block. That segment looks like it's going to take a little bit longer to read. Oh, okay, no, I'm supposed to get up in a claw, and so I need to bounce accordingly to get up to the claw. Okay. And I was pretty much short by one bounce because I didn't use the Goomba on the right side, so simple solution to that is to use the Goomba on the right side. And hey, banking so many one-ups here. There we go. Certainly helps. Yeah, banked up to 89 lives here. With all the consecutive bounces, that's probably quite helpful. Okay, there we are. Whoops. No, I needed to go for it and continue to follow the markers, I guess. But definitely saw where that was supposed to go. Actually doing it, of course, was a different question. Yeah, it does really expect you to trust the markers blindly in some cases with how certain things turn out. And that part expects you to go right away. If you try to time it out a little more carefully, I think that would be probably a mess. Magic Koopa is going to take out the flag. I expected that. That just means we can grab the one up back here, and it's going to fall to its depth anyway. Oh, I should have stayed on the right side to grab the one up on top, so. Going to finish that on a bank of 87. Pretty good footing getting into this world. That was SMTW 1-2, so I guess, you know, some of the numbering must have been reworked from however this used to be arranged before they were uploaded together as this new set. take a look at the next level here. Hey, Saint Lucky, welcome. Thank you for the GG. Let's take a look at low gravity falls. Now, I know nothing about Gravity Falls, after which this is named, except that it is a rather popular piece of animation so far as I know. I am completely out of touch with that, except for having heard of it. But I think here that's just acting as a title for low gravity. And I have to remember that my mechanics are still standard here in the night airship theme, and I'm kind of overcompensating for low gravity on Mario's side. No, I'm supposed to grab that with Yoshi. And then do what? I'm supposed to hit that. Had to take a moment to read that POW block. I think I am probably supposed to swallow it. Take Yoshi further forward. Whoops. Okay, thinking too far ahead, unfortunately. Yeah, there we go. Now... Oh, I see. Okay, no. I was expecting something to just happen and then noticed too late that I was supposed to trigger the initial platform to give me something to spin jump on. Yeah. Actually feels pretty brisk overall, given the night airship theme, and that all the mechanics on Mario's side are still fairly crisp, just with quite a lot of slow falling enemies as platforms to work with in the meantime. Okay, so far so good. Nope, keep missing that. I didn't have it the first time. Okay, here we go. Yeah, just gotta bump it to the left consistently. Oh, and then I have to bump it back. Okay. Yeah, it took me a moment to read what was going on there. I didn't actually see what was going on with that switch activation at the end. At least I didn't scrutinize that very carefully. Whoops. Bumped against the wall with Yoshi. Yeah. And down we go. Yeah, a bit of an accuracy requirement there, but the on-off switch is all that was going on there, and that's enough to work with. Okay, no, I needed lower bounces on the bomb in order to get through the auto-scroll segment without being pushed. It was pretty clear to me that I was going too far up on the bombs, and therefore losing a little bit of the screen positioning that I do conserve. I think that's quite obviously the adjustment that needs to be made. We'll just make it. the other hand, the adjustment was actually the short bounces on the way down towards the bombs, as you can see there, because with the placement of the 10 coins, it seems like that is designed around a rapid descent, followed by high bounces on the bombs after all. Rapid descent, here we go. And maybe a better spin jump this time. Yeah, but I think the corrections here are fairly simple to make. No. Big miss. Okay. Here we are. Going to adjust the camera position a little bit. Okay. Not going to ride it all the way up to the 50 coin. That was not quite it. Oh, nope. Needed to stand still and ride the shell. I did not expect that to be the thing that was triggering, given that I was still reading what was going on the first screen after the big push. Okay, that's going to be a little bit slow, but no, we made it, actually. Okay. Not quite what was intended. Something was clearly supposed to go on with a high jump up to that upper coin that we missed earlier on. But yeah, we have a fair bit of time to drop. That's actually a fairly generous error margin on that trampoline in terms of standing here, riding that forward. Okay, needed to hit the switch on the first bounce. Oh, whoops. And on we go. And okay, I guess we could have written that up further if we wanted to continue that Mecha Koopa wall bounce all the way up. Clearly wasn't going to take that risk there, and we'll forego that set of 1-ups to move on from 2-2 low gravity falls. Hey, Ike Brady, welcome back. Hope you are doing well. Just steadily making our way through the super world here. It's just 10 levels long. Through about half of it at this point. Already had to expend 1 continue back in World 1. But since then, the bank of lives has been holding pretty steady. So yeah, it's going alright over here. Ghost in a Shell 3. It's been a long time since I've seen Ghost in a Shell. I mean, I assume that this has something to do with ghosts and shells rather than any kind of particularly sophisticated cyberpunk nightmare, but it looks like that the point here is to go fast. And we're not really obeying that instruction. Nope, needed to ride that. There are a few things here that I think are a little bit difficult to read blind, but we'll deal with it. No. Still kind of pressing against that when it's quite clear that I just need to be sent along the track. Okay, that's much too soon. I was kind of wondering what was going to be triggered at that point. I just have not seen it yet. Yeah, there is a certain trust that you have to place in the markers here, such as that one square that was basically telling you to stand there, I think. There are certainly some things in this level that cannot really be done blind, unless you have a very precise idea of what's going to spawn or what the markers will tell you. Like that. Okay. Now, is that going to give me a chance at a helmet? Should. That's the only way we're going to be releasing this one up, first of all. And also punching our way through the muncher. So, checkpoint, that's going to be a bit of a reset. Also a reset on the on-off state, as you'll see on the top left. I did not expect that, so I probably should have expected that if I read the position of the conveyor belt accurately. Yeah, this is a bit of a trust the markers level, and trusting the markers is not something we do also. Get a decent amount of advanced warning on those blocks with coin markers, at least. Now... Oh, okay, no. I had no idea what was going on there, and I probably should have known better than to just dive headfirst towards the spikes. Okay, let's give this another roll. And up we go. Oops. Okay, that's not going to go quite as well. I think we do have a pretty general sense of where everything is going at this point, though, so... Yeah, to kind of stand still in the square, something I don't find terribly intuitive as a kind of marker, but it may just be from a different body of experience from the expected audience for some of these levels when it comes to what indications they consider intuitive. So. I think most of the time when I see box markers like that, it doesn't really mean stand still so much as invisible block here that you should try to whack with something. Whatever, we'll take it. We'll do a bit of shell surfing. Was this time dependent? Well, in a sense that we needed to dodge that shell. That's okay, fairly simple to put together once we have seen it. Everything is just standard jumping, nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to technique. Oh, whoops. Going a little bit prematurely with that jump. Okay, well, let's kind of continue from here, and thing here is so far so good. We'll just ride out some of these switch activations. Maybe land a bit more accurately. Of course, the one-way panel is there to prevent nudging against the spikes as we go down the wall from being too much of an issue. Something that looks more threatening than it actually is. Oops. Okay, let's continue. And I just have to do it until we learn it piece by piece. I mean, it is a very dynamic series of setups in a way. But it does take a certain vigilance, rather, just to not get tricked out of it by some of the spawns and sudden shifts in timing that come from things like landing on a buzzy shell. Okay. Ride that out as before and try to fall in accurately. Here we go. No real chance to pick that up, unfortunately, so we'll just go straight through the key door and to this midpoint 1-up location that has shown us all kinds of helmets all over the place, and this will be the initial launching setup once again to control the screen position. And, oh, we're going a little bit too slow, I think. We do need to get ahead of the shell. That comes in that segment. Yep, need to go a little faster than that, right on the first pass. No real leeway for any kind of hesitation there. We really do need to take it as soon as it's available. Yeah, once again, a little bit of blind trust in the markers. I mean, I think sometimes the issue that I tend to find with levels that require you to just mainly trust the markers to work for you blindly is that I just find them a little less clear and satisfying to read than elements in the level itself. That's just from being conditioned from playing the games to read the level. Okay, so we're gonna grab the helmet here and nuke this swamp. And can we get through the door on the other side? I think we might be able to. Yeah, we should. Let's see. Oh, no, that's actually an exit from some kind of bonus segment, I suppose. Which we did not see. And thank you for the GGs. Yep, moving on at a pretty reasonable clip. It looks like we just have 2 levels left in this world, and so being at 67 lives, let's make up a few more. Don't know if I'll really have time to do anything else substantial after I clear this world. I might tag on some goals at the end, maybe, but it won't be anything too complex, I think. I pretty much spent the entirety of this stream showing off the makers who are involved in the Week 2 batch of 4 Years of Mario Maker, which is kind of being uploaded as we speak and is formally launching in just a matter of hours. And yeah, so, you know, Mega Tefid, whose world we're showing off here, he's one of the Batch 2 makers. I don't remember what he has in store, but should be a lot of fun. And, okay, need to actually read the spin jump off that thwomp properly. This is going to be a fairly fast scrolling speed. And yeah, once again, I suppose if there is some kind of puzzle to work with this week that you can take pleasure in how people are solving it or getting stumped with it, once again, as was the case with the Permuting Perspectives level from last week's set, which was actually re-uploaded. I don't know if you saw. Not a major change or anything, but no, I just need to ride the stump. The thwomp is supposed to project the stump upwards. There's no need to try to catch the thwomp with a spin jump or anything else. I just need to trust that it is going to send me upstairs. The thwomp timing there seemed a little bit weird. Like I was not supposed to trigger it that early. You found a soft lock in like the new version of Permuting Perspectives, or are you talking about something else? Yeah, as before, Icky Brady, in case you're wondering, I am planning to do 4YMM pretty much in the same time slot as I did last week. Probably going to run them on Tuesday in a daytime stream with a bit of a spillover if necessary. Seems like most of the really big streamers are going to take a crack at those right away on Sunday or Monday anyway, if last week was any precedent. Certainly seemed like enough of them enjoyed the experience enough that they will continue. Okay, we need to do something about this swamp activation. It seems like it's relying on me doing some kind of positioning or input sequence that we're not actually. It's very hard to see what that is. There we go. I don't really know what I did differently that time, but we'll take it. Should have just wall jumped up in that last bit there just to ensure that we would get enough height. Yeah, definitely trying to make some adjustments in the meantime so I can still keep up with a decent routine of viewer levels per week. As you can imagine, for a small stream, those tend to be a somewhat bigger draw. Okay, the flop timing here is dependent on my height coming into the switch on the lower left, and so yeah, that's one spot in this level that feels a little bit rough because, you know, I can do something that looks like it's correct, but if it's not in line with the intention of the level, it causes trouble like this. Yeah. I guess I'm coming in too high on the buzzy pattern on the way up, and I have no way of knowing that. Hey, Redox, good to see you. It's going all right. Saw that you have been making some revisions to the ant level. I actually did look at that offline. Oops. And yeah, here we go. Yeah, I still haven't caught up on watching other people's playthroughs of Patch 1 of 4YMM. I just haven't really found a time to do any of that, but...
Oh no!
Well, apart from that one bit of, you know, Carl just repeatedly climbing the left side of CTRX's level, that I did see. Let's see how people were faring on the puzzles, though. Or anything else we were doing to break the levels here and there. Okay, yeah, activating the thwomp too soon.
Oh no!
It seems like that's something that really should have been obviously tested against and slipped through the cracks, like that thwomp activation there. It's just much too easy to do without realizing that you're supposed to avoid it. Like, there's nothing that really makes you avoid it. Whoops. It is sort of interesting to see big streamers struggle sometimes, but when it comes to what they do well, I mean, I've always found that the thing that really separates a lot of them, apart from just the raw practice of having played a lot more Mario than the rest of us, is that they have a very startling consistency when it comes to things that are very technically tricky. And, you know, it's not necessarily that they do them better, but that they do them more consistently, and therefore are able to learn a level much faster and get to the trouble spots and fix them a lot faster. Because they're spending much less time wiping to inconsistency or to some of the silly stuff. Now, when it comes to levels like the ones that you see in 4YMM, which are largely about trying to grapple with new concepts rather than executing a lot of familiar but advanced techniques, you can definitely see why that gap would narrow. That those levels begin to favor people who can understand the interactions in front of them very quickly when it comes to dealing with new mechanics, dealing with new ideas. And yeah, Sands of Time, I was kind of surprised that... I did hear that a lot of people just got killed by the Goomrat in the first entity block room. I hadn't really looked into that myself, but I know that apparently a lot of people were caught by surprise. And it was, like, technically speaking, probably the easiest level in the whole set, in terms of what you needed to execute. Like, maybe the music level was easier, but other than that, not really. And the music level was time intensive, and so... Yeah, I think the Sands of Time level probably was the easiest one in the whole set, so...
Oh no!
But what I found from playing on stream is that sometimes when you play levels that you expect to be easy, you start tuning out a bit on things that you just expect to accomplish on autopilot, and so you
Oh no!
start to struggle with some things that are actually very simple, like that pokey I just died to right there. Very, very simple thing, because when you play a level that's a kind of standard difficulty, you just have a way of getting very complacent sometimes, I think. Okay, just had to go nice and low, and I still failing to dodge the thwomp. I just don't
Oh no!
really think that thwomp timing works. Yeah, it's the one patch in this level that just does not really feel like it's under my control. But feels like I'm rolling the dice on it. Maybe there's some kind of trick to that thwomp that I just don't know. Yeah, I've definitely found that when it comes to damage boosting that there's a bit of over-reliance on that in Mario Maker, where quite often, because it is the path of least resistance, when people have the option to take it, they will always take it, and that's very different attitude than what we're used to
Oh no!
when it comes to playing, official or professionally developed content where there's a bit of implicit trust in the designer to have already put the thing through quality assurance for you. And I think like often what you see when people damage boost is not only the convenience of it, but also a certain maybe distrust in the maker, where they stare at it for a bit and they say, okay, am I really supposed to damage boost? And then they'll just do it anyway. And often stop looking for alternative solutions or more elegant solutions as soon as they see a kind of hacky way of dealing with an obstacle. I think that's definitely a thing.
No!
It's quite possible what's going on with the thwomp here is simply that I'm going too slow. And that the thwomp would be partly made available by proximity when it spawns in within a certain number of tiles from the auto-scroll. If I just take this faster, then the thwomp doesn't activate. Yeah, it's a speed thing. I was thinking too hard about the thwomp in terms of my jump height or my jump arc, and in terms of the distance I have from it. It is actually purely just a speed thing. I need to get up there before the thwomp ever spawns, and that's the only thing involved in beating that. Yeah, just cannot let the thwomp spawn at all until such time as I get up to that point in the level. But yeah, you can definitely see some very advanced and experienced players, like the big streamers, who have the oddest little gaps in their Mario knowledge. I mean, somebody was telling me that, if you watch some of the streamers, they had been casually referring to Koopas that had come out of shells as Koopalings for years without remembering that that name was already taken by the Koopa kids. Or that a lot of them, still had a lot of trouble identifying the Koopa kids, although that would be second nature to a lot of people who are Mario veterans, so... But yeah, I've certainly discovered that, if you're wondering if in a certain spot in your level people aren't just going to damage boost, the answer is always yes. You always just have to plan around it and treat it like it is the first option that they'll go for rather than the last. Hey, Mr. Lesser. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where, it's... a matter of what kind of message you're sending the player about what your style of design is like, right? That if you have something like a mandatory damage gate, you have to wonder if it's actually necessary for the level to function. And if it's not necessary for the level to function, like, mainly the message you're sending the player is that I'm the kind of level designer who likes using damage gates. And that's definitely going to change how they read the rest of your level after that. And people have this really rigid expectation of fairness from Nintendo's official content, for instance, because they trust that Nintendo's never going to do that to them, right? They pretty much understand that not taking damage is always possible, and they trust that in a way that they can't necessarily trust with some random maker they've never heard of, so... yeah. This entire world has been a very polished piece of work for Megatefit, and really this swamp right here is probably the biggest flaw in it that we've seen this entire night, or this entire day, for those of you who are watching in the morning in the EU. Like, because it is entirely dependent on the player's speed and the camera height. And being dependent on the camera height, it is something that, you know, when you fail, you don't necessarily know how you're failing, because the level doesn't make that clear. Okay, we are finally through that segment. I'll pop that checkpoint, and interesting to see those triple sets of enemies drop through the pipes. That was obviously supposed to be a spin jump to cascade a bomb over. Left, 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 up, up, up. So yeah, you got a Buzzy Shell, you got a Fishbone, and you got a Koopa coming out the right side. What's going on there? I was probably just slow. It's not supposed to fall into the poison yet. It's almost certainly supposed to bounce up. And yeah, we did the checkpoint, so I just need to not lose 49 lives here and get reset all the way once again. I mean, it's a pretty easily recoverable position. I'm not too worried about, you know, potentially spending 40-some lives on this, but yeah, it feels like I am just definitely going too slow. If I'm reading that correctly, I need to actually look carefully at how that bomb is being propped up. But yeah, no, I pretty much need to instantly spin jump towards it, and so it gets projected upwards by the next element, the jump block beneath that saw blade. There is a jump block that's buried beneath that saw blade. It needs to bounce up against that. It's going to be braced, but a one-way panel. And I just need to catch that faster. Better. Yeah. Once again, a lot of, you know, trust to marker stuff here that is dependent on things activating at the last minute. It feels really neat to do. But aside from that, I'm not really sure if it's particularly readable, just from the standpoint of actually reading the elements on the screen rather than reading the markers. And I think that's just partly just how my own expectations were trained when it comes to platforming levels, because, you know, it's very hard to remember this when you've been playing Mario Maker the whole time, but like, most platformer games just don't have markers, because there's stuff that's going on with the existing visual language. Mario Maker, obviously, there are a lot of situations where you will need them. Okay, that was unexpected. And it was, of course, meant to be unexpected, but seems like we have popped all the way up to 83 lives in the meantime, and so however that happened, I'm certainly willing to take that. Maybe build up the bank slightly more, and then we'll have a very healthy bank going into the castle. Seems to have 265 saves at that point. And yeah, we'll just pop this. Oh, 5. I've never seen 5 before. Never even seen the frog come out of that part before. And of course, we don't really play Worlds that often. So, very rare that we'll have a minigame just kind of give us a good roll like that. Okay, well, thank you, Icky Brady. Do enjoy the 4YMM levels, and I will certainly see you around later in the week. So, have fun. So yeah, 2-C to Lava Express. Yeah, I think this might be all there is to Megatefit's world, but We'll soon see if that is the case. Needed to spin jump on the thwomp, just kind of ride it out with a low spin jump all the way to the right side until such time as the munchers have been dispensed with. Okay, need to get around that. Seems very clear to me that the thwomp up top is going to dispense something from the jump block. I think it's going to be quite obviously something to stand on, like maybe a POW. Possibly even a POW that gets activated to nuke the munchers, but then we'll see how that goes. Haven't quite seen the comparative pacing of the thwomps yet as we get pushed across by the spin jump. Entirely possible that maybe it drops a POW block into your hands. Something that gives you access to where all those munchers are sitting. I don't like the Mario Kart music here as a bit of a ride level. It's actually quite a good match for what's going on. Okay, let's keep riding. And okay, going to actually bone shell. Okay, we'll take it. That's going to be a bone shell invincibility spot. That's going to be a drop slide. Okay, a little bit slow there, but that's just a function of some of our jump height not being very tight. All seems quite manageable. Yeah, everything's pretty cohesive so far. As a bit of a stop and go ride level, this is actually working out fairly well. Pretty well timed all around. Particularly given some of the flexibility of certain elements like that. Of course, the bomb is timed around an on-off gate. That's going to control the progress of the blaster train underneath. That cannon shot works out really well, though. Just a spin jump there. Yeah, that little extra cannon firing and right side. For something where the camera is not based on an auto-scroll, and the scrolling to the right is mostly regulated by the platforming itself as well as the blaster train. All this has worked quite well. In terms of just being very tight and reliable. Here we go, we are through. Checkpoint 1. By now we're quite familiar with the Koopa shell setups that we've been seeing throughout most of this world. Okay. Hey, we lost one blaster there. I'm not sure if we were supposed to lose one blaster from the train or if that was just an accident of timing. I guess we'll see on further attempts. Could very well be that as this level proceeds that the blaster train just gradually disassembles until we're left with a shorter and shorter segment. Now, of course, we were going for speed. That's something that could be tightened up. Don't need high bounces all the way there. Didn't really expect that much of a bounce on the bomb, just given the markers. But let's go on and see what else we can do with this. Yeah, I love the way the slope actually controls the shell throw up top there. Makes it look smooth and accurate. Gives a little bit more flexibility to the shell release than it might initially look. Okay. Yeah, kind of a bad position there anyway, so... Sort of knew when I was coming in so far to the left that that was unlikely to make it. Yeah, some of that can definitely be tightened up in terms of timing, although maybe not tightened up that much because it could potentially affect the blaster firing. As you can see, that will be kind of positionally dependent when we get onto the right side of the blaster. And we'll just have to watch out for that. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, we still got a bank of 73 lives. I feel pretty comfortable with this. Particularly with all the consecutive bounces we have that are potential one-up material. I feel like that blaster timing has not been working out for me so far, at least with the high bounces that we've been doing. I think it might be some kind of variance in camera positioning that's going on. But of course we do have to be positioned to the right side of that blaster for it to begin its firing cycle at all, so that's something we should be attentive to. Yeah, that seems like a very late firing there. Much too late. As with the thwomp that was in the rising poison level that was giving us some trouble, like, not too bad that there is the occasional little pocket of unreliability in what is otherwise an immaculately crisp level that everything works out so well, except sometimes there's just that one spot where it seems like you're rolling the dice on spawn timing every time. That time it worked. And yeah, that gradually disassembles. Nope. Fell in a little bit to the right, but I do have the general idea. I want to get off that trampoline and hit the on-off switch and land on the other side. Wrong way. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Can't really trust that timing very often. I don't think the marker is accurate, for one thing. It may also be that the timings are built around high bounces on the bombs. But I'm not sure about that, given that the firing cycle on the bullet blaster is going to be partly dependent on when I am in position for it to fire at all, so... Something strange is going on there. It did work that time. Whoops. Okay. Let's go. Okay, that's not going to work too well. And... yeah. Alright, let's try to get that blaster to behave every now and then. It is a little bit difficult to discern what, if anything, I can do to improve that blaster timing. I think maybe taking the high bounces here at a slow way, keeping that blaster on screen with that specific timing. Yeah, that's what makes the marker go. It actually is dependent on when the blaster spawns on screen. That's something that I was not 100% clear about when it comes to the firing timing on the bullet blasters. Obviously, you do need to be on the right side of it for it to fire when it's unobstructed. But the fact that it would be affected by how long it has been on screen total, and therefore affected by the jump height that you get on the shell throw with the buzzy shell, on that sloped on-off switch prior to that. Like, that's something that was not clear to me, and that's the source of unreliability very clearly. And so you don't actually have as much flexibility to optimize your jump height when it comes to the buzzy throw, as you would think, simply because it totally throws off the blaster timing. Like, you have to do a full bounce here, full bounce there, and now it's going to reliably spawn at that marker. So I feel like there was a certain tacit expectation of doing full jumps everywhere that didn't necessarily expect to be the case. That was just an accidental input at the very end. Didn't expect to hit the trigger there and spin jump off of the blaster, the one remaining blaster, completely. But yeah, the timing has a very clear expectation there, and it is not an expectation that leaves much flexibility. I do find the gradual disassembly of the blaster platform from 4 down to 1 to be a really neat central organizing concept, one that steadily increases the level of risk that you have to contend with as you are getting through the rest of this level. So let's see how that goes. Okay. Gonna try this again, getting a bit more reliable blaster timing now that we have a better sense of why it was acting up on us earlier. And too bad, it always feels like a little bit of an undocumented unreliability. Now it looks like there is going to be a double bounce there where we projected the Koopa out of the shell to the right, but we do have to grab the shell for the throw. That is at the end of the segment. And yeah, we'll get there fairly soon. Now when everything comes together very nicely. Yeah, on a whole, when everything behaves, this is a level that actually really feels quite satisfying when it comes to the bounces. That's the first time in this level that we have actually missed a shell throw. But, you know, those are the things that you occasionally take for granted. So, try to get that blaster timing once again to be hopefully what we want. Of course, at the end of this segment here, falling into the one remaining blaster is going to be the challenge in terms of not messing it up with any last-minute adjustments. Okay. That's going to throw out the blaster timing, just watch. Still going to make it, but I could tell from my bounce height that time that maybe a bit of variance there that we did not typically expect. Yeah, overcompensating a little bit with the fall. I'm trying quite hard not to slip off the edge as soon as I land. And instead, I am pulling back a little too aggressively. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, too much of an adjustment there as we slide right off. Just something we'll have to learn how to control with practice. To stick a better landing. And yeah. So far so good. And on we go. Okay, that's accurate. There we go. Nice landing right on the end there, and hit the checkpoints. Gonna give us a bit of a good luck wish on the right side, and we have an eggy fight that depends, I think, on throwing a bomb at him. And throwing a bomb soon enough such that it does not blow up in your hands. You need to ride it back and forth. You need to toss a bomb. You need a nice clear pickup on the bombs on the right side. Okay, that's how you do it, except I completely missed. Of course, this is going to be the final boss of this world on a whole. I was about to say, interesting that you just have that one coin there, but it just gives you infinite replenishment on the 1-ups. And so, game over is just not going to be an issue from this point on. Now, I really don't need to reach the timing on hitting the first on-off switch that closely. It's not something that we do need to activate right away. I actually do have time to dodge a projectile first. Whoops. Should probably have grabbed the bomb before we thought about doing that. It's going to get Iggy out of the way. Nope, wrong way. Just missed the up throw there. Kind of a pretty satisfying interaction on this fight, though. But being able to nail the up throw into the trampolines is going to be slightly taller order. Okay, once again, doing that much too impatiently. Okay, that's going to be accurate. Okay. It's just going to hit him directly, and that works out well, I think. That bomb was clearly not going to do the trick. That's it. Well, it took a couple of attempts to do that, and we'll grab some of this at the end, although, of course, we have pretty much done everything we need to in order to for this world. We're going to run around, grab Yoshi, grab a few more stars while we're at it, just to clear it GG. There is something that can be done. I mean, I'm gonna dawdle around here because I've been at this world for some time, and I certainly feel like I've earned it after the end of a 2-hour or so continuous session with this world. And that's pretty much it for 2-C11 Express, and I believe that's pretty much going to be the whole thing. So yeah, 1 continue in total. But otherwise, we had a fairly simple time just banking up lives from there, given the abundance of bonus stages that we could work with. Yeah, generally a really crisply designed world all around with quite a lot to offer in each stage. Really just one or two spots where I thought reliability was maybe a little bit of an issue. The swamp in Rising Jank Juice. It's kind of interesting to go back and read some of the descriptions now. Apparently someone put too much soft lock into the Jank Juice. I don't know, this may be perhaps a remake of something that had come in earlier. Sort of interesting to see the comparative popularity of some of these as well. Yeah. Everything here seems pretty much in line with what we were seeing. Of course, we had the most trouble with Mr. Lava Mask, which was what ultimately killed us. Really interesting boss setups in both worlds. So yeah, that was pretty much an experience, and as we kind of estimated, yes, indeed, Get a Life of 4D was a massive, massive like farm. Really something that was built for the top list. But also something that fit in fairly neatly as a bonus level in that context. So, before I go, let's take a look at the new tab to see how things are going. We will not be telling the 4YMM levels this session, but a lot of them will probably be up by now. And yeah, we got some first clears available as well. I am kind of tempted to just grab that first clear off of Rammer. I guess the first clear is already taken here from Dial. First are the Bufflin levels as well. Rammer tends to submit to this stream on a fairly regular basis, so on one hand I'm tempted to save it, knowing that of course I'll very often put in some revisions. On the other hand, the first clear is available. Oh, I guess that guy's certainly trying a few attempts. So, might as well race for it. And let's just see how we do. I will probably not be playing much beyond this, though. And I don't know if this will be a very serious effort either. I'll just try to race through it since the clear is available. And oops, ran right into that. Probably the most standard feeling stage seen from Remmer in some time. Yeah, that's gonna mow everything down, and we'll grab a checkpoint and continue. Yeah, pretty simple so far. That's kind of a neat concept right there. I've been habituated into actually going for some of the bonus coins, not only because that is our regular habit. Hey, Last Sora. Actually, I just finished up what I was doing, which was the major super world that we had been working on, so hang tight. If I clear this quickly, I may, in fact, have time to look at that code. But I am planning to finish up fairly soon, so I can't guarantee that, and because I can't guarantee that, that's why I'm not running the queue. So. Yeah, I mean, Electro Dude, one of the things about the titles is that sometimes they don't show up very well on mobile and even on the browser, depending on how your browser window is configured. The titles don't show up in full, and so I find that vital information actually probably does need to come in the first word or so of the level title, or you can't really expect people to read it. Particularly if they are just coming in because they're following the stream. So, I'm definitely accustomed by now to the fact that people do not read the titles. But what the titles give me is plausible deniability. So yeah, I'm not really planning to do viewer levels today though, last hour, so like, if I don't get to yours, hopefully you'll catch me when I'm actually running the queue later in the week. The kind of provisional schedule that we have going, and that's the third of 3 coins, the provisional schedule that we have going is Tuesday daytime will be 4YMM, but we'll do at least 1 daytime and 1 late night viewer level stream during the week. Thursday has been daytime viewer levels for the last 2 weeks or so, and we'll probably stick with that. Late night has been kind of shifting around a little bit, which is why I haven't quite published a new official schedule yet. I really should get around to doing that. That is a nice little boat. I see, okay, that's going to be how the on-off activation is going to work. Pretty neat, just kind of gunning for first clear on this, of course, but I do wonder if there are going to be further revisions that just reset that, which the rammers will just send me when he drops by to stream. Nope. Yeah, that feels a little bit blind. A little bit hard to see what's going decline with you when you also see the animations of various things exploding, but that is a fairly simple to dodge once you actually see it. Yeah, that really feels like it comes out of nowhere. That's the only thing that I've had trouble with so far. Even if you know it's coming, it's actually surprisingly difficult to evade. And yeah, decent checkpoint placement, at least that also kind of normalizes the timing on each of those spike balls as they spawn in. It's everything here, at this point at least, quite reliable. And yeah, we know how this is going to go. I guess there was a certain expectation that you would stand on the right side. And so we'll just need to dodge that back and forth. Okay, so let's just poke around with that. Nope. It's totally failed to account for the saw blade itself. Let's get up here and get that on-off activated by the spike ball. Yeah, that drop feels like coming just slightly to the right of where I want it. It's twice now that we've died to that particular collision with the rightmost edge of your little lava boat. Oops. And we don't know if we will get first clear. There's clearly one other player who was kind of racing for it. So if they might have given up by now, or because it's actually fairly relaxed. This one's, I think, 3-star assessment from Rammer was probably fair. Okay, that mushroom really does like to bounce its way around. And we'll just continue. Let it come down that side. Yeah, surprisingly difficult to dodge that. That's okay. Also surprisingly difficult to catch that mushroom at all. Then I think when you are on a moving platform and also dealing with the trampolines, bumping objects back and forth, that the estimate of distance and momentum can be a little bit thrown off. Haven't really successfully dodged that at all yet. Okay, actually got the mushroom for once, and of course we lose it immediately. That was not going to last us very long at all. Through the door before anything smashes us in the head. Yeah, ramming into that muncher that is situated above the trampoline was maybe a bit of a weird collision. That's what the hitboxes are like. Particularly when you crash against a trampoline like that. The horizontal position is just going to be a little too far to the right. Coincidental with the tile that the muncher is sitting on. Let's grab the mushroom and actually try to keep it this time. Well, so much for keeping the mushroom. Here's Ludovico. It's going to unblock the obstruction and allow everything to kind of proceed to the right side, where we'll just go a little bit slowly off snake block that was provided. Hey, Super Boss, welcome. You are always welcome to come by and say hi. Yeah, we're going to be finishing up pretty soon. I had already intended to finish up at the previous level, in fact, but first clear was available on this one, and we might do an additional one app. We'll see. Okay, let's jump around a bit. I actually kept the mushroom for once, which is a huge surprise. Haven't done that in a while. Haven't done that ever, really. It'll make this mushroom refresh usable. Be very useful, pretty much right away. Okay, here this is just a matter of dodging Ludwig, which of course we'll fail at right. No, it's okay if you just drop by to say hello. And yeah, it's always a little bit annoying when you have pre-planned stream times at the last minute. So, yeah, thank you for dropping by. Just one moment, I actually have to change a little bit of... You know, okay. Here we go. And of course that totally threw off my intended pattern there, and we will push to Toadette. Yeah, that'll kick in the next attempt. So if you can just hold out for one more attempt, and hopefully we won't just clear it on the spot right here. I mean, you know, nice, but we also don't want to leave you without seeing Toadette at least once. So just watch as I miraculously clear this and wind up starting up another level for the express purpose of showing you Toadette. Oh, it's going to happen, just watch. It's going to watch. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we won't be so successful after all. Okay, Toadette's going to show Mario how it's done. There you go. Toadette raising the pink flag. Yeah, Toadette's in control. Okay. Activate that. Ah, poor Toadette. That's okay, you can believe in Toadette on this attempt. I think that's perfectly acceptable. I think Toadette just considered that a bit of a warm-up, you know. Just a way of kind of getting her jumping shoes in order. She's taking over for Mario after a very lengthy shift. Oh, whoops. They probably managed to get through the door for once. Actually remember to hold the up input before everything just comes down and crushes us from above. Yeah, we'll see how this is going. And okay, this is going quite a bit better than usual, actually. We'll see if we just kind of fire something in our face like it usually does. Going, in fact, significantly better than usual. Missed a trampoline. Okay. Toadette almost got that. Almost. I think she needed to get that particular attempt out of her system. Because something like that was going to happen sooner or later. Mr. Lesser, Mario will kick in at the beginning of the next level. I usually try to make sure that the character requests stay for the rest of a level. So yeah, Rammers, I was actually about to log off, and then I saw that it was available for first clear when I checked. It might not be anymore. Maybe somebody has gotten ahead of me. So yeah, thought I'd give this a bit of a playtest. Definitely struggling a bit with the spike ball here, but we're managing, we're managing. Yeah, glad to see you drop by. I mean, given that you were likely to send me this at some point anyway, in some version or other. Which meant that I certainly didn't expect that a first clear would stick necessarily, but I was kind of curious, and this has been going pretty interestingly so far. Yeah, unless you re-upload, of course. Oh, you mean, okay, first clear is no longer available. Okay, that's fine. We'll finish it anyway. We're fairly far along. Okay, see you around, Super Boss. And, okay. There we go. Yeah, everything's pretty understandable here. I just kept missing the trampoline at the very end. It does come as a bit of a surprise, but here we go. Okay, and here we go. Very similar setup to what we saw at the very start of the level, except with a lot more fireworks and flagpole. Okay, so got a lot of things that we could have cleaned up for the first clear, but it's like we won't be getting it. We will, however, have an 11-minute world record that will obviously not stick either. Yeah, thank you for the GGs. We had a request from Mario. I'll fill that in now.
Okie dokie.
And I'll do probably at least one more. We'll see how things go. Did Last Sora stick around? No, I don't think it did. Dropped a code here earlier in case I time, but I don't think that was going to go. So we had something. Oh yeah, 4YMM is indeed up. Like I said, I'm going to play these on Tuesday. In the meantime, you folks can have at them. Yeah, Bufflin had something new, born on the 4th of July, which was apparently also his birthday. So happy belated birthday to Bufflin, who apparently was somebody who declared independence from his mother when he was born, however many years ago. So let's take a look. It's 1.4%. We'll probably finish with this. And we'll just ride that. And we got some fireworks. Whoops. Okay, that's going to blow up. Clearly, we do need to ride out the whole thing as SMP2. Oddly enough, we actually could get all the way over to that segment damage boosting without doing so, but I'm sure there would be an SMP2 check soon enough. Whoops. Yeah, we would have to let that bust all the way through, hit the on-off switch, pluck the cloud. The cloud is going to be the SMB2 mushroom check. Works very well as an SMB2 gate. Nope, missed. Okay. Done that a couple times now. Really need some real reflexes. Yeah, I totally didn't acknowledge Super Boss's message where he left about people actually successfully clearing a terror. Was the oh, that was shown to me recently. Had to take a moment to recall which one that was. As, you know, or the people who take the time to clear certain levels that must have been terror. For me, it was Tuesday. Okay. A crouch there that we need to be aware of. A little bit of time-sensitive crouching all over. Okay, that's going to be death. That was really just making it around a muncher that was the issue. A level that was shown last week. I'm trying to recall exactly which one it was, but it was one of the previous missions I had that I couldn't finish. You may have made in the last section a few seconds longer than the rest. Okay. I mean, I guess it depends on style of level you were making. Electro Dude, I don't know if you actually said earlier what kind of level was in progress. It was kind of interesting to see how makers put things together in terms of whether you have a certain sequence or methodology to build something, how you start, and how you elaborate on a concept and what you do to polish it off. I feel like quite often that I have an extremely inefficient process, which is why I don't publish much stuff. I am one of those makers who has a massive draft box of undeveloped ideas and very few actual levels. We'll have one coming soon. I certainly hope. Okay, Kaizo 2 checkpoints, full-blown shell jumps. Well, I'm sure nobody will particularly notice if the last section is not totally identical in length. I mean, depending on what you're doing in terms of timing, and of course the timer is not going to be an issue when you have 2 checkpoints. Oops. Okay. No, I feel like that needed to be the full SMB2 crouch jump. I should have seen that that was going to be the case. Didn't really estimate that distance correctly, or indeed the amount of time that we were spending in the crouching state. Okay, let's nuke that. Whoops. No. Okay. No, I missed the on-off switch, and that was clearly not going to go. Yeah, glad you enjoyed that too, Mr. Lesser. Yeah, I thought it was quite an interesting one, for sure. The mix of the boat mechanics as well as the spike balls. In terms of, you know, just a readability of the various timings. And yeah, I found the whole thing pretty smooth, I think. Sniped by a spike ball from time to time, like the one that falls onto the boat when you load in. I mean, easy to avoid once you've seen how it comes in, but up until that point, I was definitely getting hit with that thing repeatedly. Okay. Yeah, timing is going to be pretty strict. Okay, no, I actually do not have time to do the SMB2 crouch jump. I just need to hang right a lot harder than I've been doing. And trust that I am going to land on the shell on the other side if I'm watching the timings accurately. Yeah, it's something that I think worked very reliably, considering that the scrolling speed was something that was being controlled by the boat rather than the camera. I mean, I always find that when you don't have auto-scroll on and you have something that is timing dependent, that could potentially be asking for quite a lot of trouble, but it seems like you managed to control everything there pretty well. I think most players prefer having camera control over anything that's an auto-scroll level, but from a maker's perspective, you can definitely see that often auto-scroll just kind of gives you a lot more finesse and reliability when it comes to Just trusting that your own setups will work, and so it's just sort of finding a fine balance between what's going to create an experience for the player that makes them feel they have agency while also having something that is reasonable to debug when it comes to things spawning in the right synchronization. Oh, okay, it is German. Okay, Mr. Laser, okay, yeah. Alright. Okay, well, thank you for correcting me on that. Do continue to correct me if I ever get any of that wrong. In fact, I probably should have been able to tell that if I remember the flag that was attached to your maker profile, and I had seen a German flag there. Of course, it takes me a while sometimes to really process which country people are from, even if I see their flag many times over. Yeah. Always takes a while to remember that. I mean, you know, given how big Mario Maker is in general, I'm sometimes surprised as it is that I can remember individual makers at all. That's, I think, a lot of them do have a very well-defined style. If I play a lot of their stuff, particularly if they're submitting to, you know, like viewer levels very frequently. Oh, you are American, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, German names are all over America, so... And indeed, it's just your internet name anyway, so... whatever works. It works, as long as I'm giving you the pronunciation that you are hoping for. I think it's usually worthwhile to issue such corrections whenever possible before things really become a matter of habits that get completely out of hand. Okay. Okay, going a little bit too early on that jump. I do really enjoy the synchronization sometimes, though, of how the jump timings are actually lining up with the shell moving up with you. Like, or that's a real pleasure to watch sometimes. Just the kind of ballet between Mario and the spiny shell that occasionally occurs. Mr. Reader, okay, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying now with me. Oh, thank you. Appreciate the cheers. And yeah, you have a good night yourself. Glad you had an enjoyable time hanging out with us here, so... Yeah, obviously when I run some of the backlog sessions and maker showcases and so on, that's sometimes it can be a quieter atmosphere. Viewer levels much more amenable to some casual viewing and lurking. It's kind of nice that people do get some value out of that, so yeah. Definitely seems like the main thing I'm not accounting for there is the conveyor belt. think I'm hanging back in general just a bit too much because I have expectations about what the shell momentum is going to be. Given the presence of the conveyor belts, those expectations are wrong. And I can afford to just make the biggest jump to the right that I can. Just that I'm going to land accurately. I did land accurately. I had too much of an adjustment jump. When the jump that I should be making at that point should take me directly to that off switch. Which I will at that point toggle back to on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, love the synchronization on that jump in particular. Nope. Let's time that. Okay. Well, only a few small problems to solve, one at a time, as we progress through this level. Most of the things that we have down seem to be going fairly reliably. It's a matter of getting back to trouble spots like that one. Being able to see some of this. Nope, came in a little bit late there. Obviously, we needed to get down just slightly sooner. Get on a platform, hit the on-off switch, land back on the shell. Let's see what goes on from there. You're still apprehensive to try SMB2. Yeah, well, I mean, I think some people have really explored a great deal of potential with it already. Just given the combination of things that you can do just with all of the existing enemy behaviors. I actually haven't seen much done with this kind of shell riding with a spiny. I've seen it more often with the buzzy shell. And with the buzzy shell just acting as the buzzy shell, not something that has been deflected this way, but I mean, shell ride levels are kind of genre in themselves sometimes. Oops, miss. I think it opens up quite a bit about the SMB1 style, just to give you access to things like thrown items. Really quite nice to have the clouds just act as a very simple power-up gate as well, I think. Some of the other newly introduced power-ups are significantly harder to gate. So that's just kind of a natural puzzle interaction right there. Hey, Reeboks. Glad to see you around. Hope you've been doing well lately. Don't know if it's mostly been more Odyssey runs on your side lately or something else, but glad to see you drop by. Whoops. Mainly school stuff. Yeah, I mean, with a lot of things starting up again, I don't know how the schedule is working out for you in, I believe it was Australia, right? But yeah, it seems like a lot of schedules have been displaced all over just because of the lockdown disruption. And I think the effects are going to continue for quite some time when it comes to schools, universities, etc. That's the calendars are all going to be a little bit off kilter for the next year at least. It's going to take some time to get everything back in order. Like, my old university actually made a very clear commitment early on that they were just going to do online-only classes for the entirety of the 2020 to 2021 academic year. You know, just to set expectations so people can decide to defer admission if they really do prefer the in-person experience, which is actually the case for a lot of people, I think. Especially if they want to enjoy a relatively expensive campus life as intended. Okay. What I can do here, let's pop that. Better, just so I was swaying way too far to the left on that one. I started holidays but have mountains of holiday homework? I see, okay. Okay, so basically like nothing happened, okay. Well, hope South Australia is otherwise holding up well. Alright. Let's try to get this going. Yeah, you pretty much caught me as we were winding down. I was probably going to finish about 2 levels ago, and I thought, okay, sure, we'll just do this last one, because Bufflin made it for not only the 4th of July, but apparently his own birthday. Seems timely to run this now and see what's going on with SMB2 in this particular context. Oops. Yeah, once again, always happy to see you drop by. We have, of course, been having an absolute blast with the 4YMM, 4 Years of Mario Maker project lately. Been delivering some excellent levels so far, and the ones for week 2 just came up. We won't be running them this session, but you'll probably be seeing a fair bit of that on Twitch over the next day or so. Yeah, you'll have a blast with it. And particularly as somebody who is pretty close to Super Mario Odyssey, to say the least. I think there's going to be one particular level in this week's patch that you'll likely find quite appealing. But yeah, well worth it. I think this is a project that is prestigious for a reason, and has some pretty high standards to live up to when it comes to the way that the previous YMM projects kind of had this elevated status back in Mario Maker 1, which I think was one of the best ways to catch up on Mario Maker 1 in general. And yeah, Electroduce played that one already, I think, and so that's something that he can definitely speak to. And yeah, certainly as an Odyssey player, that's something that is well worth looking into. Yeah, certainly interesting to see the response to the first week's levels in terms of how people are taking in the genre variety. I mean, I've only barely started to catch up on some of that myself in terms of what people actually thought of the level variety and whether it was anything that particularly went over well or surprisingly or perhaps even badly. I mean, obviously, I think Nabuz's mechanic made a massive splash. Yeah, currently de-cheesing your own level. I mean, it's going to be up all week. New ones. Unless one of them turns out to be susceptible to cheese. To the point where like a re-upload would actually be necessary. I mean, I noticed that with Batch 1 that Bufflin did not ultimately carry out and threat re-upload, at least not yet. While Zerfink actually did. But I think it's very often the puzzle levels that are going to be most vulnerable to that kind of breakage anyway. Quite often. Okay, a little bit slow on that once again. Needed to fall in a little bit faster. Yeah, just clipped the shell a little bit too far to the left, but that is the furthest we've gotten so far, and most things seem fairly reliable up to that point. Yeah, really quite a fireworks festival all around. Okay, pressure on that. I've been very pleasantly surprised with the SMB2 mushroom on the whole. I think it's turned out to be, first of all, very well implemented as a way to bring SMB2 into the game. And it's also very satisfying on the whole. I mean, you know, now that I see more and more of the SMB2 mushroom in action, I do think that it was the right idea to have it as an SMB1 power-up that interacts with all of the existing elements, rather than as a separate unorthodox style, as many were expecting, just given how unorthodox SMB2 was in the first place. Yeah, the thing about munchers, not only on slopes but on surfaces in general, is that their very irregular shape does things like, you know, with stacking height and so on. That yeah, clipping into the slope is something that is known to happen. Yeah, there's one particular thing that I've been staring at with my own pending level that, which Electro Dude, I showed you the early version of it a while ago. There's some parts of it that have been pretty substantially revised. And there's still one thing that I'm wondering, you know, if it's actually even worthwhile to fix. And, you know, usually my answer to is it worthwhile to fix is always yes. I spend significant amounts of time on coming up with some kind of solution that works, just to fix extreme edge cases of people, you know, like scrolling the camera forward and backward on a particular tile. I mean, there have been previous levels where I spent a lot of time debugging stuff that is on that scale, you know, where a player just runs and stops on the wrong column at the wrong time. But there is truly one thing where, like, you know, it's a bit of an unintended behavior, but it's actually hard to trigger even intentionally, and even when you know how to set up works as a mechanism, and so I'm just still kind of torn on whether or not I'm going to bother fixing it, because it's one of those things where I would be very surprised if playtesters actually ran into it. But that's the issue, right? It's like sometimes these obscure issues that playtesters don't run into at all, simply because they are very rare, and maybe given the habits of just a wrong player, that they would trigger it. Make a total mess. I mean, usually I think from a quality assurance perspective, I do think that the answer to do I fix this extremely obscure behavior is yes. Sometimes that's not very practical. Okay, that's a miss. Now, what was going on with that bomb? Nothing really. I think the bomb was just acting as a platform following the bonsai. I don't think it was doing anything as we were getting up to the gate at the very end. Obviously, something was going to propel the shell and back upwards, and we just needed to ride it up. Whoops. Looked over at chat, just didn't realize it was hit by the shell. But yeah, the bug in question I'm talking about has to do with thwomp activation ranges, where, you know, if people are good enough precision players, and if they are looking for a specific way to break things such that they always avoid activating a thwomp on a particular column just by standing a few pixels away multiple times, then something breaks. And I know it, and it's kind of annoying that it's present as a potential threat. And mostly I've just been assessing whether it's reproducible enough that anybody would ever practically run into it. Because I hate leaving things unfixed, you know? Because in my experience, leaving things unfixed in Mario Maker is pretty much always a disaster. Like, you'll have some kind of extreme edge case behavior where you're telling yourself, nobody's ever actually going to see that, and then the first person you send it to, always the first person you send it to, they're going to see that. You're going to notice it every time it comes up. And start to rethink your life. This is the kind of level that's very playable in a kind of trance, like where you can be on autopilot for a while and still do it somewhat accurately. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a matter of getting over to bonsai, over to bomb, fall back down on a shell, crouch, and then let it propel you all the way to the gates. And yeah, thank you for dropping by again, Rebox, rather, and you have a good time, Electric Dude, you have a good lunch. Don't know if I'll be on for that long. It's likely to be the last thing I'm doing before I log off today. Already went a bit longer than I intended, so... Yeah, not estimating that jump very well. I really do need to, I think, dash off the shell with the narrow window of time that is available to me. Gain as much height as possible to get comfortably on top of the bonsai and then on top of the bomb. Yeah, we'll need to use everything that is available and use it carefully. See how that goes. Okay, some of this stuff is feeling better and better all the time. Oh, no. I dragged a little bit backwards by the bonsai, and I did not compensate for that accordingly. Okay, here we go. Nope. Flip that corner. Yeah, that perhaps didn't work so well. And we'll just keep going. Okay, here we are. Well, most of that was feeling pretty smooth in terms of the way I was sliding onto shell every time I was landing on it. Once I got up to the claw, though, that timing definitely felt like it was not going to be so workable. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, generally very happy with the way that SMB2 was put into the game. I think having done it as a parallel style with separate rules, and the way that 3D World was done would actually have been much less interesting, and I say that as somebody who actually really does enjoy the 3D World style. I don't think SMB2 by itself had enough to offer to make that really workable as something that still felt like Mario Maker. But putting in that turnip throwing moveset here, plus some additional elements like Fanto, I mean, a lot of that worked out for this game brilliantly because of the way you could mix and match with both SMB1 and the existing presence of Link. I think it really was the best way they could have gone about it. I mean, I know there were a lot of rumors initially that the SMB2 mushroom was just kind of a cast-off from a planned SMB2 style. I'm not entirely sure I buy that. And even so, I think I'm more or less pleased with the results. I mean, the only thing we're missing really is a lot of the SMB2 enemy set. Okay, here we go. Okay, go. Nope. Came in a little low over that bomb. That's really the last thing that we need to do, other than, of course, crouching under that very last spike at the end there. But it doesn't feel like we are too far off the finish. We can have this down fairly quickly. Assuming that we have fewer attempts like that one. Okay, just going to redo this again.
Yeah, no, coming in low once again. I don't know if it's that I'm letting up on a jump too early or just not picking up enough speed going into that jump, but there isn't that much opportunity to pick up speed, because when I am in a crouching position going into the shell landing, there is a little bit of a forward slide that we haven't really accounted for. Yeah. Kind of interesting to watch the shell itself and see how some of that back and forth is being set up in terms of the one-way panels and temporary munter stops. Doing a certain amount of work. Keep things under control and on screen. Yeah, I always have a great deal of admiration for these very controlled forward-moving setups that feel like auto-scroll in terms of pacing, but are not actually necessarily following the same kind of formula. I mean, you know, this is something that does have the auto-scroll camera, and obviously some of the back and forth setups are designed in such a way to make sure the shell remains within camera range and or within Mario range, but ultimately the shell is much more the pace setting mechanism than the camera boundary itself. Although as with many of the finest auto-scroll designs, I think often the camera does a certain job to visually signify if you are ahead or behind pace, which isn't going to be so pronounced here because you're dependent on the shell position anyway. There's always something to look out for with auto-scroll designs. Oh nope, missed that. I came in just a little too late to actually get a crouch in coming into the landing. I may very well have to crouch it in the process of doing that jump off of the bomb, and maybe what that secondary jump off the bomb is for in the first place. Nope, coming in a bit late there. Yeah, it is the change of movement and the fact that, you know, if you watch carefully, there is that sliding motion. Depending on whether you are landing on a shell crouching or standing straight, there is a little bit of momentum adjustment, and also just a habit of adjustment that is generally something that can get you into trouble with levels that are tightly tuned. You know, if you are accustomed to just making a lot of little changes mid-air. Obviously I was losing a little too much time there. I actually wonder if I need to use that bomb at all, or if I should just go directly off the bonsai if I actually make the jump, because it feels like I'm slowing down a little too much on the top. I am rounding that top part off the bonsai bill. It could be that that bomb is mostly extraneous. I haven't really gotten to know that particular jump height well enough to say. Yeah, you actually do need a bomb, otherwise you outpace the shell. But I need a much shorter drop. I need to go bonsai and a bomb as before, but then I'm gaining far too much height. I don't need to round that top spike with as much distance as I'm giving it, because that is going to lead me to land much too late on the shell below.
least what we've seen from the failed attempts so far. And that little slide on a shell as you come down, that's something that's, you know, it feels good momentum-wise, but it's very easy to forget to account for. In general, I find that I'm very satisfied with Mario Maker Jump physics. I mean, you really notice what a difference they have from the classic games when you return to classic games, and that, you know, we are playing the classic styles still modeled after the jump arcs that would be approximating what you get in this MBU, but I mean, it may just be because I've become habituated to them, but the sliding in general feels very crisp. I mean, we've had some very long slides here, and we'll have even more slides as we get on the ice. But in general, I've found myself very comfortable with the jumping physics in Maker 2. Comfortable enough that most of the time I just don't even think about them. You just don't really notice they're there in the background doing their job. I know. Wish I could say the same for the hitboxes, unfortunately. Yeah. So yeah, this will definitely be the last level I have the energy to do. We definitely went well past my intended time already, so... But I'm close enough to finishing that I do intend to actually complete this one. I know, came in a little too far to the left. I was kind of hoping to get that slide under and prepare that crouch well in advance, but it's wound up creating a couple of problems for our dropping angle. No problems then I was really able to deal with, so it's... Oops, getting a bit sloppy. Okay. Nope. Okay, just need to pretty much repeat this until we manage to figure out that final jump. I mean, everything here was mostly consistent, but really we have a couple of mistakes that still need fixing. Yeah, we'll just see how that goes. That jump is feeling better and better, at least. I mean, I am occasionally missing the on-off switches I did there, but in terms of actually following the coin trail and getting over the hump, that's something that has gradually become more reliable with time. Considering how many attempts were blown on that earlier in the process of learning this. Nope. Crouch very late. I mean, we have pretty much seen holding at this point. It's just a matter of not taking that last point of damage. That's just a matter of having a much timelier final landing on the shell before it takes us up to the flag, so... Apart from all the consistency issues we're having, which are very much my fault when it comes to the execution, certainly no fault with the levels. There's just one element that still needs to be learned, really. No, just slipped right off of that and didn't manage to make that jump to the on-off switch at all. I'm watching Mario World hacks, and 1 second I'll just read the rest of that message when I have the chance. Kind of have my eyes on a level at the moment. Yeah, Mario World feels very different when you go back to it. A lot of unexpected interactions. There's one thing that I think is substantially better in Mario World than in the Maker Physics, and that is dismounting Yoshi. I am not fond of how dismounting Yoshi feels at all in this game. And I have a lot of trouble with it. Just, you jump so far back and you get all these collision issues and all this weirdness. Particularly because I see Yoshi used a lot in things like puzzle levels where you have to drop him or remount him constantly. And sometimes in some fairly confined spaces, and yeah, something about the dismount in this game feels completely off. And it may once again be modeled after the NSMBU dismount, but I'm not completely positive about that. Yeah, I've seen a comparison chart of some of the jump physics between the Mario games in terms of what the actual curves look like, and apparently the thing that's surprising is just how slippery SMB3 really is, and definitely noticed that the last time I ran SMB3 about a year ago. I think that certainly adds to the feeling of SMB3 already being very short. I mean, it's not just the levels that are short, which they are, but also that the jumps are long. You can also tell when you go back to SMD1 that holding the dash button is something a bit more situational and advanced. And that quite often, for the average player, the slipperiness of the physics almost discourages you from doing it. That there's quite a lot that handles better without holding the dash button all the time, the way that, you know, Mario players typically will these days, and that it is actually one of the kind of difficulty humps when getting back into SMB1 is just the expectation that fast movement is going to feel as smooth as it does in the later games. And as I've often said before with certain level layouts, I do think the change in aspect ratio does matter in terms of fooling people a bit when it comes to their memory of how the layouts in the original games looked, having been designed for 4:3 aspect ratios in terms of how compact it was, how much of it showed up on screen, how how much tightness you have to the jumps, etc. And maybe that's something that people who are Super Mario World ROM hack players can attest to in much greater detail, because of course they are working within the context of Super Mario World and with the 4:3 ratio and with the same physics. Okay, no, here's what's going to happen there. I need to crouch and pretty much ride it all the way to get a high jump at the very end. I think it should give me enough time to get a high jump. I did not really expect the shell to fall as quickly as it did on that attempt, because I wasn't really thinking about what kind of arc it would give me. I think I was tacitly expecting that it would give me enough height to just get over to the flag. Well, I hope I can finish this one. This is getting quite close to the end at this point, given that we are really just figuring out the last jump now. Really the last jump. And it would certainly be a shame to turn back when we have come so far, but we'll see. I am quite enjoying this level, though. That's just an accuracy issue of getting onto the bomb. Certainly the bonsai bill momentum, in terms of how it drags and carries me once I'm on top of it, that has been throwing me off slightly, because you have a very narrow reaction window to actually deal with it. And kind of adjust around the drag. So if you're doing any kind of positional adjustment off of the bonsai, that really does throw off your expectations. And yeah, welcome back, Dictionary Bullet Bill. I didn't actually see you come in. Or rather, didn't acknowledge it. And anybody else who may be lurking, you are, of course, all quite free to lurk. Yeah, no, it looks like I really do need not the high jump, because I don't have enough time to charge it, but I do need to do the same kind of running jump that I've been doing over the course of the rest of the level, and that's just something I'll need to learn to do in that final segment. Don't need to aim for the top of the flag by any means, as long as we cover enough horizontal distance to make it over. Too early. Much, much too early. Okay, there we go. Miss. Really a pretty gigantic miss. Well, I mean, it's really just that final jump. There was already some progress on the second attempt at it. Really just a matter of understanding what we can do with that final jump arc, and then we'll pretty much have seen this. Yeah, in general, I think the progression of difficulty here has been quite well tuned. In terms of the final obstacles feeling slightly more desperate, but certainly not any kind of major escalation, like sort of a final check. And they feel like the kind of obstacles that are a final check. Seems to work rather well. Also, as is true for a lot of Buffalo levels, I think this has a very clean look. It's easy to infer what to do pretty readily from just watching a few parts that you can interact with. And as I was saying earlier in the stream, I do find it much more interesting to be reading parts rather than reading markers. It's much more in line with classic platformer design on the whole. No, that was a really bad jump on a claw. I just swung the wrong way entirely as I got into it. Needed a bit of a forward swing. Instead, we just came into that a little too far to the right the whole time. Okay. Gradually getting there. That miss. So, Electro Dune, I see you are apparently back from lunch. We've made it to the final jump twice. That's what happened in your absence. Oh wow, you've actually been gone for a while, huh? I realize we've been taking so long on this. Of course, I looked over at chat and got very distracted for a moment, but yeah, no, we're doing fairly well on this. Just hit a roadblock at the very, very end. Just have that one jump to figure out, and we'll be done. Yeah, no, I didn't realize we did spending so long on this. It really is not that hard, but it's a lot of sloppiness on my part. I mean, everything here feels fairly relaxed and manageable, to be honest. But whoops. But you know, it's attempts like that that creates more problems than I expect. But yeah, I should get this down fairly soon. I usually don't take this long on levels of this difficulty, which is not the most intense. Particularly because all the interactions are jumping and crouching anyway. Just a matter of controlling the landing arcs a little bit better all around. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have chosen to finish with something that was down at a 1% range, but I thought, oh, 1% range, that's simple, that's reliably defeated. And, well, you can see how that's been going. But yeah, I think Mario Maker in general, especially when you play things that are even in the sort of very low end of expert or high end of super expert, it does really kind of manipulate your sense of how long a level progression should be. I think in general, some of the things that we would consider hard grinds in a lot of official or professionally developed platformer games are going to now feel a lot shorter in comparison after a lot of Mario Maker practice. I think it's certainly true for people who play ROM hacks. But I think even with ordinary sort of experts or high super expert levels, you know, like around a 1% range, which I tend to find to be a comfort zone. At this point, I'm so accustomed to level progression being something that would take potentially upwards of half an hour that, to me, that does not seem strange. It does not seem anomalously long. Whereas to people who have never played Mario Maker or never played anything sort of under 5% and live to tell the tale that they would have perhaps much less patience conditioned into them when it comes to how long they think is a reasonable amount of time for one level to last. Okay. I think I am kind of slipping on it slightly, though. Really just a matter of getting things down consistently enough to make it back to that final jump. Okay. No. Well, almost there. Almost there. Just need to lose much less time to the silly things. Like not having enough jump height to clear simple obstacles. And there we go, that's a clear. Okay, a little bit off the record by about half a second. I can kind of see where that's coming from when it comes to the jumps and indeed the final jump at the very end, given that this is something that is auto-scroll based. If you were really tight around that top corner at the end, then that would be enough to shave off just enough time to perhaps match or even surpass that record there. But, you know, being something that is an auto-scroll, you're not going to have that much flexibility to work with. So, yeah, I see the record fell very quickly on the new Rammers level. But in any case, that is going to be the end for me for the time being. I see that quite a lot of 4YMM is already coming up and has a couple of plays on it, and Space Pigs in particular has a good number of plays for something that came out not long ago at all. And so, yeah, looking forward to playing, well, all of these when we resume on our Tuesday daytime stream. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to fit in a viewer level session between now and then, but that's something certainly to look forward to. We'll be doing it Thursday daytime for sure, and at least one of the sessions that are in the overnight / EU morning time slot that we are doing now. Yeah, so other than that, the plan is just to juggle that with the 4YMM levels that are coming, and indeed have already arrived, and so certainly hope everybody enjoys the official and debut of those levels when they launch properly with the trailer and the website and everything else on Calvix Stream in about 4 hours' time. That should be it. Yeah, 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern, and if I'm not mistaken, 5 Central European. So, enjoy all of those. Certainly work on squeezing some of those record times, and we have actually a fair degree of residual attendance as I wrap up the stream. So, all of you watching or lurking, give me a moment to see if I can send you off to somebody interesting. And so let's take a minute to look around for a raid to see who is up and running, and I will send you all on your way. So once again, do enjoy the 4YMM levels. Thank you so much for sticking around for so much of the stream. This has been, I think, one of the longer sessions on record, particularly because we fit in the entirety of Super Mega Tefit World in the middle. And yeah, I'll see you folks around. So, going to look for a raid now. Have a good morning, shading into good afternoon, wherever you are.